Man, that is weird. I just can't get over that fucking RuneScape is on Steam. That's so strange. All right, let's jump into Longdeath. How many different Dwarf streamers do you have emotes for now, Patolis? It's got to be a few. You only heard about this game a few weeks ago? I mean, this game's probably older than you. Year 79. Fortress of Longdeath. Oh, you only paid for one, the rest were gifted? Okay, because I see the Nico one. So wait, are you saying I'm the only DF streamer that you pay for? I'm oddly flattered by that. I mean, my dwarfs are the highest definition. Someone needs to, like, get Scoundrel M some nicer emotes. Even he was saying he needs some nicer emotes. He's like, all I have is this. Sorry excuse for an emote. Like, you guys have all this fancy art and shit. Me and Matt? Really? The only people you sub to are me and my cousin? That's kind of awesome. I hope Matt's doing well with his streams. I hope he's satisfied. It's a long grind. Get any kind of following. Well done, subtitles. I mean, it is raining, so we shall check in with the fortress. Matt has a new game? Like, a new game? Or? As I thought that Factorio was the game he was stuck on. As we scroll up, we have, up at the top of the fortress, we have our beehives up in the upper tower, which mysteriously have stopped working. They're still producing wax, but I haven't been able to harvest anything from them. There's a lot of VODs, so because I do have a life of watching, decided to start watching live today. Well, hello. Welcome from the YouTube channels. Up top, we have the Beehive. Which series were you watching? To see if I can ask. Down here, we have the artificial. Well, I guess it's technically a natural aqueduct. I always say artificial aqueduct, but we didn't redirect the water, so very much a natural aqueduct. We have the animal storage space, as well as the old stockpiles, our seed stockpiles, some farming, and the trap tunnel of murder. No, they're still beehiving. I just can't harvest the honey anymore. I think I may have run out of jugs is probably the problem, and I haven't put in too much work to fix it. We have the waterfall in the middle. We have our stone storage. Our one pig, because I accidentally slaughtered all of the other ones. Probably get rid of all these bones. I need to purchase another pig. We had something very sad happen towards the end of the stream. Yes, not yesterday. Day before yesterday. Bolt Fishers and Spike of Zealots. Gotcha. Yeah, that seems to be when a lot of people kind of came on. Spike of Zealots was fun. Bolt Fishers was very short. The VODs are more meant as an archive. More meant as an archive than like something that I actually expect people to watch. I'm very honored when people do watch all of the VODs, but they're more there because one of the biggest regrets I have as a broadcaster is there is a lot of stuff I've done over the years, and there is no examples of it. Like, it's all gone. Like, just gone. Because the VODs go away on Twitch. And when I started getting into streaming Dwarf Fortress, about 2 years ago now, I just kind of said, I'm going to archive everything I do of Dwarf Fortress and anything else that I think is interesting. And then kind of combine the YouTube channel with like a combination of the VODs as an archive and some edited stuff. And it seems to be working. People are watching it, so you're gonna go? All right, Wolf. And thanks, Panta. YouTube has archive and edited content, and Twitch is live. And I find with YouTube, as long as you don't like spam people's subscription feed, even if they're not watching the VODs, they'll stick around for the stuff they're actually interested in. But a large portion of people do watch the VODs. Like, you know, if a VOD gets 500 views, it's doing just fine. Did Goats 3 against all odds survive? Did you? I think you did, actually. I'm pretty sure. Here, I'll just read out the names of the living dwarves right now. But yeah, you are alive. But something that I would like to note is we had a very sad death yesterday. But it's a very important death. And it was the death of Pispan, who was an elite wrestler, a great farmer, and a talented writer. We drew a piece of art here for Pispan, which is on the wall is an image of Pispan, wave whipped the dwarf by animal. Pispan is cringing. The dwarf is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates the conviction of the dwarf Pispan for disorderly conduct in the eternal adventure of time in the late spring of year 70. I also need a slab for this dwarf. Now, the reason this dwarf's death is important is they didn't die of blunt force trauma. They didn't die in a fight. They didn't die in an argument. They died because because they survived. They died of natural causes. They died of just sheer old age. They died at the age of like 160 something. So I need to engrave a slab because that is our first natural death in the fort. It was one of the original 7 dwarves and had a long life. Was one of our best wrestlers in the hobbyist wrestling squad, and I am incredibly happy that dwarf lived as long as they did. The first of many, yeah. It's sad to see, but that dwarf had a long goddamn life. You'll be watching the live stuff now? I mean, you know, honestly, people can watch either or. Like, I know there's some people who pop in occasionally to the stream to comment on something that is happening in a VOD from like 3 weeks ago. Some people just can't watch the streams due to time zones. Some people can watch the streams sometimes due to time zone, and then work flips over, and then they watch the VODs to keep up. So watch wherever you want to watch. And if you're going to be here live, that means a lot. Just know that I do stream other things live that isn't Dwarf Fortress. So there is some stuff that I won't be streaming, or there are certainly going to be days where I don't stream DF, but not all of those VODs make it onto the YouTube channel. Some of them do. Like, if I'm doing roguelikes like Caves of Cud or something, the interesting runs where fun things happen go onto the YouTube channel. The less interesting ones don't. So there is some of that stuff, but the majority of the DF stuff goes onto the YouTube channel. Gate Nerd is very distressed. Gate Nerd got thrown into prison and has not quite been the same ever since. But hopefully you can snap out of it, Gate Nerd. But anyway, as I was saying, the named dwarves currently are Euthris, Petra, Eternal, Wave Thrash, DeBerries, Vuzel, Not Goffer, Aegis, Scrumpet, Horny, Bastet, Focal Fury, Narvicious, Coldfire, King, Polking, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Cryo, Spitalier, Jack Nurek, Jackie, Goats the Third, still alive, damn it, Pablo, Dragoman, Suey, Nax, Apostle the Second, Hobo, Squug, Rhinestone, Gate Nerd, Eripterus, Astro Banjos, Eric Shadowblade, Lump, Hot Cup of Tea, Cheers Jamie, Max, Belug, Jellybutt, who's still in prison. It's been like 30 years. Mika Well, Orange, Brander Buddy, Sparkly 4K, and Animal. It's a very good mutant simulator. Eripterus has so much family in this fortress, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Also, so many kindred spirits. So many friends. Also, Dragon Man has 5 children with Wave Thrash. They have so many kids. And so many of them are surprisingly still alive. But no, thank you for the nice words, though, Dissy. Most of the conversation is pushed by the chat. And we just slayed a great horned owl. I'm probably a terrible person. So something that I wanted to do today, because I've been slacking in it a little bit, is we're going to continue with making traps. Because we need more of those. So we're checking in on the charcoal. Only 25 charcoal. Just gonna make 100 more charcoal, because I did a bunch of logging last stream. I mean, it will be your 3rd death. I'm trying not to continue renaming people now. Okay, so Pispan we need to make an engraving for. We've got rock crafts being made, trying to get stuff hauled out. Oh, also something that I haven't shown off on stream yet. Merchants. Oh, elves have arrived and are unloading their goods. They must have just arrived at the end of the last stream. Is down here we have a project. This is my little project. We're building a labyrinth. It's still pretty far from done, because I keep adding chunks onto it. But we're building a labyrinth because, well, why not, right? We're going to have Cyclopses in here. We're going to have Ettins in here. Because Ettins and Cyclopses and other various big fun creatures can arrive when we have 50 dwarves, which we do have from time to time, because that is the maximum. And when we're at that number of 50, we can have big funs. So something that we're going to do is I'm going to add a big chunk in here to the maze. But I don't actually want to connect it to the part where I'm going to connect it, because I'm going to build it out of here, down here, right? So it's actually going to be connected to this bottom bit. But I'm going to put a little side door up at the top that we'll seal off later once it's done. At least your one lawn care professional won't go away with the leaf blower? What? What are we talking about? Did I miss something? What's this about lawn care professionals going away with leaf blowers? Oh, things to be added to the maze. I mean, I don't know why you'd lose your lawn care professional, but... You're addicted? You know, I'm glad that you're getting something out of that game. I'm always worried when I recommend small games like that, because, like, it might just be something I really like and maybe not something other people like, but I'm glad that the people who have picked it up are just, like, very much enjoying it. I mean, lawn care professionals are a dime a dozen because it's easy to care for lawn, you know? I know, because I was my neighbor's lawn care professional for a little bit there and when I was growing up, and I wasn't very good at it, so I was certainly replaceable. I think they just gave me the job because they felt bad for me. You only watch Dwarf, fortunately you're going to get into playing it at some point. Excuse your ignorance, but would there be any way to put 2 dwarves to complete it and going from the entrance to exit of the eye labyrinth before adding Titan's monsters? And then instructing them so that only the other can make left-hand turns? No, there is nothing like that. The dwarves know the way out, and you can't directly control them. I mean, I could go into like I could make them into military dwarves and then like manually walk them down every way, but that's not how that would work. Also, with the size of the maze currently, they would probably starve to death before they got to the end, or they would cancel out and go get food. So, not exactly a practical thing that you can do. I mean, I could do it, but I would have to do it literally manually, and they would get hungry and cancel the job and go get food first. Like, they won't actually starve to death, but they would start to starve and get hungry and go leave. Not something that you can do. Ignorance excused. You really like Rift Wizard? I like Rift Wizard too, but Rift Wizard is a game I can only play for short periods of time. Like 1 or 2 runs and I'm good, and 1 or 2 runs of Rift Wizard is like 15 minutes for me. Like those runs are short and sweet, but it's not a game I can play for very long periods of time. That being said, I might need to check in with that newer early access version. What is Space Crew? A bunch of people have started streaming it all of a sudden. What are we debating, Annie? Won't be the worst failure associated with that number. Yeah. I mean, we were on year 76 for this fort for a little while there, and I was, for a year there, I guess, and I was worried that something bad was going to happen. And it would be the fallout of year 76 for Longdeath. Are you guys as amused by the stream captions as me? Because I am very amused by the stream's captions, I'll have you know. Sequel to Bomber Crew? Oh, another game I didn't play. Gotcha. Makes sense. I was very much turned off by the art style of Bomber Crew, so I skipped it. What is this game? This is Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is one of the most important games that you've never played. It is the game that inspired Minecraft, which then inspired a little game called Fortnite, which then went and became the biggest game in the world. So this game is can be blamed for the existence of Fortnite. But this is a colony world simulation. And one of the greatest games ever made. That will make absolutely no sense at first viewing. But don't worry. If you're confused, that's normal. Also, Goat, since you are still alive, we might as well check in with you proper. How is your dwarf doing? He's annoyed when caught in the rain. Typical. It was rained on, and that was annoying. Euphoric due to inebriation. Casual worshiper of Ashen. Has the appearance of someone who is 125 years old and is one of the first of his kind. You were born before time. Personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Hates those who wield power over others. And believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And respects the law. Values sacrifice. And doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Dreams of raising a family. I actually watched The Matrix last night. True story. I had like this weird feeling when I was eating my dinner. I'm like, I want to watch The Matrix, and I watched The Matrix, and you know what? That movie's still fucking good. In 2020, that movie is still good. Still cheesy, still fun. Good movie. Watching The Matrix in 2020, right? I'm gonna watch the sequel, and then the third one. Yeah, I need to rewatch. I've been planning to rewatch the trilogy over a couple of days. How you doing, Sinfield? God. Yeah, I need to rewatch the trilogy for when the fourth one comes out. No, they're not doing a remake. They're making a fourth. So they're making a continuation. So I need to get fully reminded with all of my lore. So Goats never becomes angry, and he is impervious to the effects of stress. He is completely oblivious to any conception of neatness and will leave things strewn about without a care. Like my ex. He is often inflamed with hatred and easily develops hatred towards things after seeing Solantre's dead body in the year 65. He would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and enjoys the company of others. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and quite polite. They're not remaking The Matrix. So they didn't remake The Matrix. He rarely feels discouraged and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is trusting and quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Cackles when he's nervous. I know that it's... Yeah, it is cackles. He cackles when he's nervous and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I enjoy every single one of the Matrix movies because they are a progressively bigger trash fire. Every single one of them is a slightly bigger trash fire than the one before it. Yep, you do have scars, I think. Actually, no, you don't have scars. You do have a broad body. A broad body. I can't word. You have a broad body and impressive muscles. A great load of fat and sideburns that are clean shaven. Long mustache, which is neatly combed, and very long beard, which is braided, of course. Long hair, which is also, of course, braided. Very large irises. And your eyes are protruding. They're close set. His nose bridge is concave. He has a low voice, and his hair is sandy taupe. His skin is wrinkled, extremely wrinkled. His small-lobed ears are very narrow, and his hair is gray with flecks of a crew. Yeah, any sensible dwarf would hate spiders. Welcome back, animal. You know, I'd be okay with this, Stinfield. Bill and Ted actually just takes place in a previous iteration of The Matrix. Having a lot of fat makes you survive longer in lava in Dwarf Fortress. True fact. Because the melting point of fat is lower than the melting point of muscles and other bits, and the burning point of... A boar has returned to a wild state. Yeah, that's fine. So they will, all of their fat will melt out of their body before their skin catches fire. So if you have a lot of fat, you can live longer in lava. It's facts. Before catching fire. So if you drop all of your dwarves in lava at one point, the fattest one will catch fire and die last. Also, the best way to make soldiers, although it's very impractical, very dangerous, and almost always kills them, is if you set them on fire for a few seconds, because then all of their fat will melt out, and all that they'll have left is skin, bone, and muscles, and no fat. And because of that, they will get higher agility. Don't actually do that, because you'll probably just kill your dwarves. But if you're very good, it is sort of possible to pull off sometimes. Doesn't work anymore? I had someone claiming the other day that they made it work recently. You only watched the first 4 VODs. Is there any super pressing issues that you need to deal with faster rather than later? In this fortress? There aren't really any pressing issues currently. The issues kind of come and go every like 10 to 15 years. Water training rooms do work, but don't actually drown them. If you drain them in, like, chest-high water, they will develop swimming skills slowly. But, yeah, no, what issues come and go. Currently, we're in kind of a peaceful period. We haven't had any issues currently. We've had we've had 2 Ettins and a Cyclops show up, and I've done a very good job of catching them all in cages. There's one right here, the Ettin. Ettins are 2-headed giants. Second Ettin. And there's a Cyclops. And so they're all being set up to be released into the labyrinth once their labyrinth is done. But I keep on adding stuff on, so God knows when this labyrinth will actually be done. But we are making crafts and doing our best to remove all of this stuff. Masterwork's been lost? Are there birds? Oh, there is a buzzard. Okay. So we should trade with these elves real quick. Even if it's just minimal trading. We'll sell them a bronze short sword. How about that? A single bronze short sword. It's the nicest thing we've ever given them. They should be honored to have it. The ghost titan face still amuses me. Yeah. Hey, Brander. By the way, your dwarf is a child. You're 8 years old. You're a little disgusted being nauseated by the sun. And you still enjoy playing make-believe. You never become angry. You're prone to hatreds and you hate things. You're not readily moved by art and natural beauty. You're conflicted by this as you value artwork. You find a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. You're very polite, and you observe the appropriate rules of decorum. You're quite ambitious and prefer to present yourself modestly. And you don't go out of your way to help others, but you also need alcohol to get through the working day, as any good dwarf should. And you're playing on the used clothing pile. Yeah, don't go punching any royalty, because goddamn. Goddamn children and their ability to just murder things. So that, just making sure I'm putting this in the right one. Yep, you're indeed putting that in the right one. I am installing a slab. Sounds like you need therapy. Sounds like most dwarves, honestly. Most dwarves need therapy. Like, it's actually kind of a travesty that more dwarves don't have therapy. Let's see if I can trade with the merchants before they leave. Yep. I will trade the sword and the feather tree egg yolk that's all over my trading pile for a piece of clay. Oh, you mean the tutorial that I made like months and months and months and months and months ago? That's not very good, that there's better tutorials on the internet. Please just watch Sal's instead. But I'm glad it's been helping. I honestly find it's easier to learn Dwarf Fortress just by watching the VODs. Spitalier has made a masterpiece amulet. So something scary did happen in the last stream. We did have our first crash. But it didn't happen again and we didn't lose much time. So, fingers crossed we'll be okay. And as far as coins go, did I make... $77 looks like the last one I made, unless I'm missing one. Yeah, alright. Let's make a silver coin. I haven't started making that. Oh, we have started making charcoal. Durr. Hi, Sophie. How are you? Good to see you. You and your vile force of darkness. I'm just glad that so many people watched the Today in Dwarf Fortress I put up the other day, because I'm very, very proud of how that video came out. I think to quote Peter from the chat, you're getting really good at these. I like to think that my storytelling videos just get better every time I do them. That's the most, whoop, not that. That's the most recent one. All right, we've made another round of silver coins. Most recent coins for the year 79. There they are. On the front of the coin is a masterfully designed image of Iteb, Veiled Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves. Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. It relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iteb, Veiled Whip, to the position of queen of the ignited creation in year 1. Coin's back is this finely designed image of Irish Whipcrude. I don't know who Whipcrude is. Interesting. Mountain Home is still at war, and the humans are still in a civil war. Life goes on. Greetings, Trumpet. How was you? All of the dwarves are bedroomed up. This dwarf here really likes melons and is slowly filling up their entire room with melons. I think it's time to give this dwarf a basement. I've been making basement suites for my dwarves recently. So dwarves that either deserve it or just have a lot of stuff have been getting a lower floor. You can cheese metal by making coins. You can cheese metal by making menacing spikes, serrated discs, spiked balls. There's a lot of ways to cheese metal, but it's also not much fun to cheese metal. There's many ways to cheese metal. I am not cheesing metal, though. All of the metal I have, I got legitimately, and I've got more than I ever could know what to fucking do with. Yes, it is cheating. It is cheating. It's not my place to judge because it's a single-player game, so do what you enjoy, damn it. But I don't do it. Cheese metal is very, very old, solidified cheese. Also, Sophie, you would love this fortress. We have a library with 248 books and a second library with 4 books. I mean, if I manage to get enough divine metal to make a single spiked ball, I would make enough divine metal to make like 1 suit of armor out of it. But that's kind of like the only time I would do it. Or like a table or something. Let's just use slurring your words incomprehensibly. Should make it with Microsoft Sam. What is divine metal? So at World Gen, there are these things called vaults. Vaults are where angels live. They're like the underground fun stuffs, but holy. So gods, basically. They spawn in on the overworld and they exist, but you can't see them. You can discover them in adventure mode, and that exposes them to your civilization if your civilization has the knowledge of them. And then you can raid them. And then you can get divine metal from that. So there's actually a way to see all of the divine metals in game. If I go over to my smelter and hit A, or actually here, if a way to do it easier would be to smelt or sword. Booming metal sword. Clear blue metal sword. Singing metal sword. Searing metal sword. Bright metal sword. Translucent metal sword. Fasted metal sword, shining metal sword, glowing metal sword, frosty metal sword. Those are all of the metals of the gods that you can't make unless you happen to have their divine metals, which you have to get from those vaults. So the only way to find them is if either A, your civilization has just discovered them in World Gen, which can happen, or B, if you go discover them in adventure mode. There is a setting with there is an embark setting where they are exposed, or a World Gen setting where they're just exposed by default, if you want to do that. But yeah, they're some of the strongest metals in the game. The elves often have small amounts of divine metal and will bring divine metal instrument strings or instrument pieces to trade. So if you ever see the elves with one item that is weirdly expensive, it's probably holy metal. Although I don't think you can actually melt them. I should try that, actually. So I probably have some instrument pieces that are holy metal in this fort. I know I have some instruments with holy metal pieces. They bring divine cloth. Yeah, that would make sense why they're made of... That would make sense why they're strings. Although I'm pretty sure I have some metal strings that are made out of divine materials. Not enough to make anything out of, though. Yeah, and you don't seem to be able to make things out of cloth. Or at least out of divine cloth. Read A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. Have I read A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys? The Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. Authored by Squug. I haven't read this one. It concerns the construction and use of pulleys. The writing is quite cruel. Overall, it is passable. That's a book you want to read IRL, A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys? I like that Squug is calling himself a wizard. Squug the steward, who is in charge of the matters around here and wants me to make some windows. Is our mayor and live-in steward. Also, Akia stole a choir. I hope that wasn't an important one. The wizard? Point pillars. I'm wondering if, because of that book, we should rename this job from steward to wizard. What do you think, chat? Because he is technically our mayor. That's his actual job. Should we change the name of it to wizard? Does feel caring after giving somebody water. Felt empathy being cried on. This dwarf has been busy. This dwarf is 142 years old. You're all for the wizard? Okay, so we are changing Squug's... whoops. Squug's title from steward to wizard. Wizard. Squug. Point pillars. Wizard. It's a good last name. Point pillars, which I think translates... Wizard. Wizard. Creates confusion. Now I'll remember it. It's fine as long as I know. I'll just give people the explanation every time. Wiz orb. So the fortress wizard. Be happy, he says. He has 2 children, Quatch the Second and Nax. Nax is still alive. Quatch unfortunately died. He's 142 years old and is one of the first of his kind, has lived since before time. This dwarf is our 2nd mayor, as our last one was murdered, and has been in a position of power in this fortress for a very long time. Originally was our sheriff, at which point he fell into a Great Depression. It was very sad for very many years, until we finally removed him from the position of sheriff and gave him the job of sit in the library and read a whole lot. And he did that for a number of years and got pretty good at writing. And till eventually he got the position of sheriff once again. How long have you actually been in this fortress, Squug? It's been here since year 12. We're now in year 79. So you arrived in the 7th year of the fortress. Personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Has the highest regard for loyalty, and thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. Sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Believes that self-mastery is a denial of impulses, and are of the highest ideals. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent, would have peace at all costs, holds fairness as one of the highest ideals, despises cheating of any kind, and finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent, would have all masters toppled. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and sees family as one of the most important things in life. Is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Does not respect the law, and finds friendship important. Sees introspection as important. Doesn't care about nature one way or another. And does not really value his skills related to fighting. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And this dream was realized. Seems like a wizard to me. Does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. He is assertive to the point of aggression. Unwilling to get others get a word in edgewise. Sounds like a politician. Lives without feelings of hope and never becomes angry. Often feels filled with joy. And he has always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. Often finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and truly is fulfilled by assisting those in need. Though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers considers altruism foolish. He enjoys being in crowds, and he is always tense and jittery. He's bashful and often feels sad and dejected. Is confident under pressure, and it often develops negative feelings. He is prone to hatreds, and is very curious, and sometimes to his detriment. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Easily falls in love and develops positive feelings, and he is trusting. And grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Is satisfied with met needs. Sure, what item? We have an anarchist mayor? Yeah. Wizard. Please, Sophie. And the description of Squug, of course. Squug's ears are very flattened. He has cobalt eyes that have very large irises. His sandy tough skin is extremely wrinkled. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is braided. His nose is extremely narrow, and his hair is mixed with flecks of gray. Interesting. Yeah, I would try enchanting it, or maybe it'll just give you more uses. The Archmage. Do not question the wishes of the wizard. We also made iron tables, all of the iron tables that we need. So now I can give that one basement suite that I was constructing down here a table. Because they all need tables. Let's not be silly. And a weapon rack and an armor stand. Now, whose bed is this? It's Sweet Sparkle Farts' bed. Okay. Sparkle, you can have an office. And so I'm just slowly building these basement suites and assigning them to the dwarves that live in them. Because frankly, dwarves earn them. They've lived here for a very long time, and they work very hard. A lot of these bedrooms are getting messy, as you can see. Some of them are just full of stuff. So it's nice to just give them a little bit extra, you know? A buzzard has stolen a strawberry roast. No! Yet we have a wizard. Well, just because he calls himself a wizard doesn't mean he's a wizard. Many people in history have called themselves wizards, and in reality, they're just weird scientists. Just because you call yourself a wizard doesn't actually make you a wizard. It does, however, probably make you a liar. Or a self-absorbed twat, one of the two. Magic is just science we don't understand yet? Oh, yeah. Most definitely. Couldn't agree more with that statement. Magic is just science we didn't understand at the time. Let's begin smoothing this area. Also, this goes without saying, but thank you very much to everybody who tuned in early, and also thank you very much to anybody who came in and is sticking around from the raid earlier. It was very generous of Kiri to throw so many people at us. I hope she's feeling better. I mean, there was a time when alcohol was considered to be magic potions, right? Most certainly just stuff we don't understand. I'm wondering who the next dwarf to die of natural causes is going to be. Every single time the season rolls over, there's a chance somebody could die of natural causes. Quite literally every single time. Yeah, no, for those of you who've been watching this fort as it's been going along, you'll probably know this already, but a lot of the challenge of this fort is my mental fortitude more than actual difficulty. So a lot of the stuff in this fort is quite easy on the difficulty scale. I mean, Goats, you're not that old. You're not. You're only, 125? You got like another 30 years in you at least. You've probably got another 30 years in you anyway. So you're not super weirdly old or anything. Dwarves that refused to die were dwarves like Pispan. Pispan was definitely getting up there in age. Also, that slab should be installed now. I can tell you how old Pispan was. This is a well-crafted, nice memorial to Pispan. The slab reads, in memory of Pispan. Died peacefully in the year 79. Lover of catapult parts. Yeah, which means you're safer than everybody else. This dwarf, Narf, if you missed it, this dwarf is the first one to die of natural causes, which is wild. It's wild. Did Mistum ever get that statue? Mistum did get that statue. Mistum Stoked Arrow. An exceptionally designed image of Mistum's Stoked Arrow, the dwarf and dwarves in iron. Jack Nurick III, by Jack Nurick III. Mistum is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Mistum Stoked Arrow to the position of sheriff of the Saber of Prophecy in the early spring of year 6. Before becoming our outpost liaison. And that's why they were a general when they showed up the first time. I guess they just liked the act of traveling from town to town and trading so much, they kept the job. Frankly, it's a good job. Old lady, actually. Goats. General Sheriff. She did indeed do it all. And who knows how many lovers in different fortresses she had. I wonder how Lump's been holding up. "123 years old. The reason I ask about how Lump's doing is because Lump was in love with our outpost liaison. The two of them would spend a lot of time together in the library whenever Mistum would come by. It was kind of adorable. And the reason I'm talking about Mistum in the past tense is because Mistum has vanished. We didn't have an outpost liaison for 2 trading seasons, and the last few years we've had a different outpost liaison. So our outpost liaison has since passed away. So now we have Asteth Urelrith, I think. That I think is the new one. We did have... Oh yeah, no, the first year we didn't have one. I mean, you don't need to say sorry, Goats. As you said, it's a busy time of year for you. Like, if you can't be around the stream, you can't be around the stream. Worry about you first. I'll be here. Not like I'm going to shrivel up into the ground and vanish into the ether overnight. I will certainly be here. Also worth noting, something I will be mentioning over the next few days because it's happening, is down beneath the stream there is a link to a game called Conqueror's Blade, which is a game that I'm doing a sponsored stream for on Saturday, and I have a phone call from my doctor that I need to pick up. I will be back in a minute. Yay for owing money to apply for a thing to get money. Apologies for just vanishing there. Anyway, there's a sponsored thing that I have for... There's a sponsored thing that I have coming up on Saturday, and if you want, and because it's free to play, if you want to play with us, you can download it in advance, and if you click that box beneath the stream, it'll actually help me out, because they'll know that you found it through me. But if you don't want it, that's fine. I'm also kind of bad at remembering things, but I gotta text my mom a thing real quick. All right. Sponsored doctor's visit. God, I wish I got paid to go to the doctors because I'd make so much fucking money with the amount that I have to see those fuckers. Can I also get paid every time I go to the pharmacy as well? Because I'm there 3 times a week as is. Hey, Focal. Things are good. Things are all right. Doing my best. Now that I'm awake. I wasn't awake at the start of the stream. I was super groggy when I woke up today. Humans are here to trade. Fort's doing pretty good. Stream's going all right. But yeah, so I will be doing a sponsored stream for a game called Conqueror's Blade. Actually, I'll be doing 2. One on the 25th and one on the 17th. So if you want to play that game with us, because it is a free-to-play game, if you want to preload it, you can do that. Did I watch and enjoy the Eiffel Grand Prix? I did. That was a fun one. Lots of cars spun out. Lots of cars just stopped working for no reason. It was an interesting one. I feel really bad for Albon. This dude seems to just get fucked over. Like he can't catch a goddamn break. But is what it is. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We are updating your maps. And what requests do you have of our merchants? Just wood, please. Albon's done, you think? I wonder who they'd put in his spot. I wonder if they'd move up Gasly. I don't know. I think that Red Bull has a lot of internal work quality problems that they don't like to talk about. They very much are babying the twat known as Max, and I think they have a lot of structural issues. What does the Royal Treasurer look like? I can look in a sec. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. Or Hulkenberg? I don't think he'll get Hulkenberg. I have a feeling Hulkenberg is gonna end up at Racing Point. Or somewhere else. I don't think you'll see Hulkenberg anywhere else. Or I don't think you'll see Hulkenberg at Red Bull. I mean, I'm not surprised. Vettel and Stroll? That confirmed? I thought Stroll was still up in the air. Yeah. I thought Stroll was still a question mark with Aston Martin, but I don't know. I don't think you'll see Hulkenberg at Red Bull, though. I don't know. I don't like Red Bull, so I don't think about Red Bull too much. I don't mind their B team, but I don't like Red Bull. Mostly because I think Max should be set on fire. Needs to be slapped a couple times. Sacking his son? I want them to sack his son. We'll see. Also, he's not the only owner of the team. He certainly owns a large portion of it, but he ain't the only owner. Ain't the only owner. Although Stroll's been getting better, I don't know. I just hate money drivers. Can't stand money drivers. Drivers that just get the work because their fucking family owns everything. Hate that. Anyway, I don't want to just sit here and talk about F1 because not that many people here watch F1. A lot of random ass bars. I need to stop buying bars. No, he's just in a decent car this season. If everybody else had a decent car, he wouldn't be at the front. So I don't think he's proven anything. I'm just going to sell them everything that's sitting on my trading depot. Because I don't need all of this stuff. It's like, yeah, on one hand, I enjoy talking about F1, but I also don't like to just bore everybody who doesn't like talking about F1. My hand's starting to hurt, so that's all I'm going to trade. All right, let's see what this treasurer looks like. And as far as the history for this world, you'll get it at year 100. Caves of Cud is small. You could probably download Caves of Cud in a couple of minutes. Even with, like, slow internet. How big is Caves of Cud? How much hard drive space do you need for it? The game barely has graphics, so, like... I guess it's 2 gigs. You've been absent the past few streams? I'll check in a sec. I think it's 79. We're about to hit year 80. His hair is extremely long and he is very short. It's probably why he's being sent out to trade with the dwarves. His somewhat narrow, tall ears are splayed out. His brass eyes are protruding and his nose is slightly hooked. His hair is white and his skin is sandy taupe. I was gonna say most of that 2 gigs is probably like music and JPEGs. Actually, they're probably PNGs, not JPEGs. But yeah, 79, early summer. We just had our first natural death. Folko Fury, Pispan, Dwarf, who was here from the start. One of the original 7 has died. So now there's only one of the original 7 left. Eripterus, who I think still has many years left in her. Naturalist and very talented clothing maker. 131. Yeah, many years left. What's his outfit look like? I know what you're doing. He's wearing a lot of leather. Osprey leather loincloth, a dress, a skirt over top of the dress. Wearing a headscarf, a hood, gloves, socks, and leather shoes. By human standards? I mean, I would say like very short would be like 4'5", so still taller than a dwarf. I think it's like 400 megabytes. Your internet must be real slow then, if you need to download that overnight. We'll see you later, Sophie. You have a good night. Thanks for swinging by, though. It was nice to see you. Yeah, no, the last time I had to leave a game to download overnight was Battlefield 3. It took me 3 weeks to download Battlefield 3. By the time I finished downloading Battlefield 3, all of my friends had stopped playing Battlefield 3. And the other humans have arrived to trade. It was kind of a sad existence, actually. It was also the last EA Games game I played. Why do they have to have such long-named materials? Dress, skirt, headscarf. Those are the weird things. Everything else is pretty standard. Battlefield 3 was one of your favorites? I would say the last Battlefield game that I truly enjoyed, not just because my friends were playing with me, was Bad Company 2. I loved Bad Company 2. It was small, up close, personal, didn't have any stupidly big maps, and it was just a good fucking fun first-person shooter. Everything after that just kind of started losing it for me. I think I just kind of grew out of that style of first-person shooter. It's not that the games necessarily just got bad. It's just not what I wanted to play anymore. Back when you felt that you could be good online without dedicating massive amounts of time into it. Yeah, no, that's also another part of it. One of the main reasons I don't play a lot of online games anymore is because I feel the need to keep up with my friends in order to play with them with matchmaking. So because of my eyes, I have to play games a lot longer just to grind out ranks to be able to maintain the same level of skill as people that I'm playing with. So what I do these days is I just play Trackmania, where I don't need to worry about leveling. I can just play on the same server, and it doesn't fucking matter what place I come in. And as long as I'm beating somebody's time, then I'm still earning my global ranks, and I still feel good about it. That's all that really matters. I hope you're doing well, Balinor. Battlefield 3, the skill gap in other games is massive. You know, I was watching a video by Racevec the other day, which is literally just called "Does Player Count Matter in Multiplayer Games?" And it was, Squug the Wizard has been reelected. Welcome back, Squug. Speaking of, does he have any demands? Let's make 3 more windows. Green, glass, window. 3. And sand. Let's just collect a bunch of sand. It'll cancel a whole bunch, but it's fine. We've had one. Pispan died at the end of last stream, Silver Tongue. It was in 160 something. Shirt, gloves, and shoes? Yeah, just normal shirt. And leather gloves and leather shoes. But anyway, he was talking about it, and it was kind of interesting because he was talking about how games with higher skill ceilings that are designed to be harder to play, so even if you're better at them, you're not necessarily going to, even if you're better at the game and know the maps and know the guns, you're still gonna die more often than you would in a game like Call of Duty. If you're really good at a game of Call of Duty, and you're playing with a bunch of people who can't play Call of Duty, you'll go like 50-0, right? But if you're playing like the Rising Storm games by Tripwire, if there's one person who's really good at the game, and 30 other people on the server that are bad at the game or new because the game's on sale, the person who's really good will go 5-3. And everybody else will go even, right? Because that's kind of how that game works. One bullet kills one person. You can't see shit. There's vehicles everywhere. Stuff's just exploding. It's chaos. And that's kind of where Battlefield Bad Company fit in for me, where it kind of felt like if you were really good at Battlefield, or you'd go on the occasional killing spree in a tank, but generally if you were really good at Battlefield, you'd kind of go like 10-2, right? You didn't quite like have that skill disparity that Call of Duty does, or a lot of arena shooters do. Because it kind of forces you to slow down. So my trader's gonna go eat, even though they're done unpacking now. So we'll wait until he gets back there, and then we'll trade with them. But yeah, no, that's why the games I play now are much more focused on just my own play versus other people's play. Almost. So close, Pink. Oh yeah, you know, maybe it's like wrapped up in like a turban type style, you know? You bring us any... No, you didn't. But I will buy all of this glass so I can make them into windows. I feel like I need to make more bar storage. For not having the ability to play the game every day. I mean, that's always been a problem. People just being shitheads in video games have always been there, right? But you know, that's why I like Trackmania, you know? Like, do I play it super often? No, but Trackmania is very much a game where I can just sit down and try to beat my time a bunch, and the merchants from Passor Ol have left on their journey. Goodbye, humans. I can just kind of pop into a match and try and beat my time a bunch of times and talk with some of the people. Oh, of course, Pink Fluffy. And talk with some of the players who are better than me about strats for a little bit, and then get something out of it and enjoy my time. You've not seen this? Oh, this? I'm building a labyrinth for big creatures that show up. Because we need a project, and we're going to be here for 1,000 years, damn it, so. How do you keep all your dwarves occupied? I'm making a labyrinth. And, you know, clothing needs to be remade every other year. Food needs to be made. We're making green glass windows for the wizard, Squug, who demands us make windows. Wow, yeah. Well, I mean, we have 1,000 years, so... I mean, at this point, like, what's stopping me from constructing one? 50 is the pop cap, so we can have, like, big scary land creatures show up when we're at 50. But we can only have up to 45 migrants, so I need them to have 4 babies before we can get back to 50. Made about you? Dwarves don't write books about other people, so you'd have to write a book about you. They've mostly been writing books about animal diets and police recently. These? No, these are most certainly, these are most certainly not normal. That'll happen, Taiga. If it's good or bad, even? I mean, if dwarves don't feel anything anymore, that's generally a good thing. I mean, the only true cure to dwarven mental problems is to remove the dwarven mental problems, and well, the only way to remove mental problems in dwarves is to remove their ability to have thoughts. Just like real people. You numb yourself with drugs, right? In Dwarf Fortress, we just hit you in the head until you can't feel it anymore. Is that good, though? Well, is it bad? So lobotomize all the dwarves, yes. Except necromancy instead of Prozac? I mean, yeah, pretty much. Also, go see a therapist. Talk to your doctor. Take care of yourself. Let's get these walls constructed. Also, I kind of have the itch tonight to play some more Brogue for after hours. Because people on the YouTube channel seemed very happy to see the VOD of Brogue pop up. And people who did catch the stream, that late night stream that I did, seemed to very much enjoy it. So maybe we'll do some more of that. With completely engraved things on floors? Nah, I'm not going to do that. For my own sanity. For my own sanity more than anything. Let's enlarge the gem storage. So I've got lots of gems that are just lying around now because I've got nowhere to put them. It really is, Brander. Yeah, it really, really, really is. Man, I got sub badges appearing and disappearing like nobody's business just constantly. I like how someone was queued up to go mine that out and then stopped. Why did you stop? Has anybody here listened to the recent DF Talk podcast? Also, speaking of podcasts, my stream on Sunday is going to be late because I'm going to be on another... I'm going to be on a Dwarf Fortress related podcast. People start adding on to it by constructing more branches. It'll be a multi-leveled monstrosity, and he'll start deconstructing the old fort just to get more maze to fit in it. I mean, what if I build the maze like up and around the old fort? So like it goes up and around the outside into these layers. All the way up to the surface. I fill half of it up with spikes. You just picked it up last night? Oh, awesome. I've played War Sim a little bit. I haven't streamed it. Yeah, I'm a be on a round table of dwarfs. So stream is going to be late. But yeah, no, I've played War Sim. The developer was actually kind enough to send me code for that. I like unprompted. He just DM'd me and was like, "Hey, do you want code for my game? You might like it." I haven't streamed it, and I should stream it. I just need to be in the right mood, I guess. But I do enjoy it. Latest today in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, I'm so happy with how that video turned out. Cooler did a fantastic job on the art. Oh, hey, Eric is coming to sanity. Slowly. No longer purple. Hang in there, man. Cooler did a fantastic job on the art for it, and I'm very, very happy with how it's all turned out. Like, I genuinely believe that, like, it's done a very, like, I've gotten a lot better at the little storytelling lore videos. Signing away to the drawing this headscarf really got you thinking? About what? This type of story videos is how you came to my channel? It's interesting because they're definitely some of the least popular things I do. Let's get rid of this. Like they, and then rebuild it underneath it. Like, just based on the amount of attention they get, they're some of the least popular things I do. Now a lot of dwarves are going to all of a sudden be hauling all of these gems over. That being said, the people who watch them, it's the favorite stuff that I do, you know? Which is kind of the main thing that drives me to keep doing them. You just don't want to occupy an existing human style. Chat, help Stone out here. Stone needs ideas on how to draw a headscarf, but not like in a existing human turban style. Stone requires art inspirations. So now a lot of the gems that are just stored up there are being hauled out of there. Because I kind of want to focus on trying to get this hauled out, because I've got all of this glass and a lot of logs that all need to be hauled out. Actually, you know what? I know where I could put a little storage for logs. Put a little storage for logs back here, and we might even get some more ore out of it. Because I need a proper wood storage stockpile. I think next to the prison would make for a nice little wood stockpile. Let's do that. That'll work, and that'll leave space for more prison cells. Also, yes, I did. Like a mound of spaghetti? I mean, you know what you could do? You could draw a large bun. Stone. You could draw it into like a large bun, and then just like tie the headscarf around them. So yeah, it could be tied around like a bandana with a large bun. So give the human a large like ball of hair above their head. Like a Naruto forehead thing, but with like a man bun. A less broad piece of cloth worn on the head, or something narrow that is worn in like a bandana and braided into there? You know, now after reading that, I am suddenly imagining like the people from Journey. You know the people from Journey, right? With like the like kind of the face mask thing with like the hood, and then they get the really long cape that extends as you play through Journey. Well, what if it's a really long cape that comes out of a hair bandana? So it's like it's sort of like braided into hair, like you said, but then like extends out into like a long flowy cape. Also, the annual tribute from the realms of stone, not the football hooligans. I think that's some fruit. You know, I've never played Hyper Light Drifter, but goddamn, it's a good soundtrack. I love it when I just get an email saying, person was unavailable to collect parcel. And I'm sitting here going, I'm right here. Like, just knock on my goddamn door. It goes to the outside. You could just... They clearly didn't knock on my door. Yeah, Hyperlight Drifter is one of those games where I know I wouldn't actually be able to play it. So let's see what was in that. Whoa! A lot of stuff. Including an eagle? My god! That's a lot of stuff. So the humans from the Council of Men of the Realms of Stone have brought us 10 bilberries, 1 dwarf-sized hemp dress, 2 rope reed ropes, 2 plum wood barrels, 10 cat blood, how kind, 1 lead cage, a pear wood training spear, 5 fisher berries, 1 hazelwood barrel, 10 thrips ichor, 1 chicken bone amulet, 1 rope reed thread, 1 iron anvil, wow, 1 siltstone palette, that's an instrument, 1 nice block, 1 sheepwool bag, 1 red sand, and 10 oat flour, and a fucking eagle. It isn't, I could do without the cat blood and the ichor, but that eagle though. You need to make a compilation of the oh my god, what, me saying oh my god? I would love people to make compilations of me cussing. That's something that I've always wanted. I've just wanted a fuck compilation of just me saying fuck, because I think that would be really funny. I remember somebody made a compilation of a streamer I enjoy. It was every single time he swore playing Dark Souls 1. Oh my god, it was so funny. I don't know if it would be fucking funny, but I would find it funny. It was like every time Cody swears while playing Dark Souls for the first time. It was so goddamn funny. It's a lot of stuff. All right, I need to put that eagle into our zoo right next to the slug. On spring break? Oh, God. Oh, on Thanksgiving break? Yeah, that would make more sense than spring break. Did I fly past it? Where is it? There's a Wolverine in the cave. Oh, maybe they're hauling it. They're probably hauling it. I love it whenever I see a dwarf carrying a wheelbarrow. You mean just dwarves? I mean, they have PTSD. It's a serious disorder. Trumpet, don't make fun of them. All dwarves have PTSD, just like every human on Earth right now. Although the nice thing about UPS is instead of delivering my package of toothpaste, which is what it is, they are taking it to the local access point, which fortunately for me is only a few blocks away. What time they close? And the dwarves have arrived to trade. The rare creature known as the wagon, being ridden by the dwarves. Not carrying a minecart. Fortunately, we don't have any minecarts. Actually, that's not totally true. I was given some minecarts, some wooden minecarts, which I immediately sold. By given, I mean I accidentally traded for them. You're upset with yourself? Why's that? Oh, you messed up the counting? I mean, it's fine, man. It's fine, man. Like, you don't have to worry about that. I think we missed some too. Like, just don't worry about it. Well, they close at 5:30. Means I have to end the stream at 5 today. That's fine. That's plenty. I get put on the weirdest email lists sometimes. All right. I blame PAX, frankly. Alrighty, dwarves. What are we selling you? Not those logs. Because I need those logs. But you can totally take this bumblebee ichor. Earthenware plectrum. I'm getting this, like, all of these weird liquids from the humans, and we're just selling it back to them. The blank letters and dots that you're seeing on this DF screen. Which one? Which, like, the screen that we're looking at right now? This is my inventory. But if a particular screen is confusing you, please do tell me, and I can try and I can very easily just explain what the different bits and pieces are. Where are liquids? A lot of weird liquids. We can bring crafts, but, like, where is the liquids? I thought there was a liquids section. Blood. Ah. Ichor. Got thrips and bumblebee ichor. Ah, extracts. That's where it is. Got it. I was just looking for liquids. You're right. And as death has arrived, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We are updating your maps. And what requests do you have of our merchants? Just all of the wood, please. It's just more time with the game. Gotcha. I mean, you know that you can understand Dwarf Fortress when you can, at a glance, see the difference between a cave toad and a cave troll. The difference is a cave toad is a slightly lighter shade of white, whereas a troll is more gray. But they're both a capital T. But when you can look at them and immediately see the difference, it's just like when you look at a blind cave ogre and a white mushroom stalk. When you can tell the difference between the two of them, they're the exact same color and they're both a 0. The difference is one moves. And when you can pick that out at a distance, you go, oh my god, there's a blind cave ogre there. But yes, the wiki helps. But the thing that helps you even more if you're playing is pressing K and just looking, right? They want silk earrings specifically. Squug, self-proclaimed wizard. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But no, K is your best friend. Oh, it's an anvil. Obviously, it's a bunch of wagons on a trading depot. Some humans. Humans with the doohickeys at the top. Those are soldiers. The just U's are not soldiers. I mean, just hitting K will pause the game. You don't actually have to hit spacebar, but... yeah, that'll happen, but, you know. At least this screen is pretty easy to decipher. Even if you're lost, dazed, and confused. Apparently Apparently Noida's coming out of early access. I wonder how if that game actually feels like a game or if it still just feels like a tech demo. I think the reason the community is so helpful right now is because it's still very small, right, Brander? You heard a toad from Mario singing Chandelier. No? Should I have? I don't know if I'd want to hear a toad from Mario singing. Like, just in general. I'm gonna buy all of the wood. As well as all of the green glass. And crystal glass. I really don't. I'm not gonna lie, the toads in Mario kind of scare me a little bit. And not for the same reason that... And okay, so here's the thing. I love mushroom people. I think mushroom people are a really neat idea, and they're some of my favorite fantasy creatures. Toads in Mario seem scary to me, and I don't know why. There's something concerning about where their face is placed that just scares me a little bit. All right, they're ecstatic about the training. I don't know why, because I just gave them a bunch of bug blood. I need to pee. I will be back in a second. It's been 3 hours of streaming, so I will be back momentarily. All right, I returned. Still feels like a tech demo. I mean, I don't think I'll ever play Noida again. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. I don't think I'll ever play Noida again. I enjoyed the time I spent in Noida, but I do not see well enough. Is there enough Discord story for me to read? I mean, I can try. Also, we made it to 737. God damn it. Oh, I understand now why Stone was mad. I understand. I understand. All right, I don't have that much to read, but I will read what we have. Purple is my dragon, so is the clown. Happy? Don't fear the beeper. Jeepers is Mr. Blubbity. Creepers. Mice and gooses are mooses if placed in magma. Soaked papooses, cabooses. Those aren't words, my friends, but I read them. There's a whole channel of toads singing various songs, including metal ones. Really? Huh. I wonder if Nintendo's sued them yet. Oh no, there's a injured buzzard on the ground. It's covered in water. Oh, gonna deal with it real quick. There is no longer a buzzard on the ground. It is now just dead. Looks interesting. Noida is really interesting. The problem that I have with Noida is that it's one of those games that fits into the realm of I don't see well enough to play this shit. Very much so. It's really, 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 really difficult for me to play that game, even remotely competently. Now covered in blood. Well, its blood is on the floor now. Significantly more convenient, if you ask me. We can just mop it up. Right, did they... Yeah, they did dig out the wooden area, or the area for wood storage. I've also found some more iron ore. I'm going to get the mining of that. The age of mudstone has yet to end, for we are finding more mudstones still. But yeah, no, Stone, I wouldn't feel bad. Don't feel bad about messing up the count. We will break our high score yet. It was a good run. You know what I kind of want? I want there to be a room or I want somebody to take that bot that's on Twitter called Tiny Dungeons that just makes emoji dungeon layouts. I want somebody to take that bot and make a Discord bot out of it. What's this? Why are you linking me? Oh. Yeah, no, I don't need to see that. I will be fine without seeing that. Cutest ghost. Oh, have you not seen it? Hold on. Let me grab it for you. We have a petition. We haven't had a petition since some Taxagon, the human, joined us. Let me find it for you. It's on Twitter. It just generates tiny little proc-gen dungeons out of emoji. Why does cold fried rice taste so good? Because rice is just fucking great. Rice is wonderful. Did I like Pixel Dungeon? Is that a video game? Or wait, hold on. Are we talking about the phone game? Just looked it up on Steam. I played this on tablet. I don't remember it very much. I wouldn't say I liked it. Why do you ask? It's just kind of random. Yeah, I don't recall enjoying this one particularly. I didn't play it very much. I got bored rather quickly and went back to playing Sproggy Wood. All right, let's check this petition. Oh. Do I not already have a craft store hall? I thought I did. The Staney Hall has many members in Longdeath and now requires a grand guild hall. Oh no, they want it better. Okay. Rice is one of the most versatile and widespread foodstuffs in existence. Dwarves and humans have the same skin tone? Now that you mention it, yeah. They do. In roughly an hour and 20 minutes. Know that I haven't played every dungeon crawler ever made. That one I happen to have because I played it on tablet. All right, I will approve that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. So they just need it to be, oh, I don't even need to add that much value. We need to get the value up a little bit, which is the grand crafts, I'm pretty sure. Yes, so I need to increase the value of the grand crafts. If I put a couple armor stand, an armor stand, 2 weapon racks, and add a few more tables in. Maybe like 1, 2, 1, 2. A few more chairs. Let's make 10 clay statues. Put those in there. Have I played Hack Slash Loot? No, but I think I own it. I'm pretty sure I own that one. I'm just giving these crafts to the humans if they'll take them. Or to the dwarves if they'll take them, rather. I have played, I've been playing Brogue recently as which is actually technically a game I'm going back to. I haven't played it since like I streamed it back in 2015. Journey? Yeah, Journey, well, I would argue Journey is a 2 playthrough game, but 2 playthroughs of Journey is like 5 hours, so. You get more if you play it a second time. Because a thing unlocks at the end of the first playthrough. But that's kind of a spoiler, so. I won't say what the thing is. It's a 2 playthrough game. I like that there's just dead buzzards everywhere. There's 1, 2, 3 just on this screen. You know, at some point, we should just get like 7 or 8 of us in a Discord call and see how high we can get the count by taking strict turns. Yeah, Journey has, I think, more going for it than a lot of playthroughs of games, just because of the second playthrough thing, but Journey is an incredibly well-crafted 2-hour game. Let's also mine up those gems. I mean, how about I just end my stream now, roll a blunt, and see how high I can get? It's not like that's a unique thing for me to say or anything. I like to stay a relatively mellow level of high, though. Also, don't say someone clip that, just clip it. Don't tell someone else to do work for you. You do work. The guild hall has been satisfied. Excellent. Now a grand guild hall. Just chuck some more chairs and tables in. Words to live by? If you're going to do recreational drugs or medical drugs, be smart about it. But don't just see how high you can get it. Take care of yourself. In my case, it's a fix for my anxiety and stress. Oh, though doing work for yourself? That too. Don't ask other people to do work for you. Just get your shit done. Check if it's legal where you live. Yeah, that too. I know I throw some people off sometimes with my bluntness about that stuff, but it's very much a, like, it is legal where I live. Like, you got to remember that. Jack Nurek, hello. How's the fort coming along? Pretty good, and your dwarf is still alive, surprisingly. Brewing all of the drinks for all of our from all of our plants and fruits. 42 years old, born on the year 37. What the fuck? We have a wizard? Not technically. So in Dwarf Fortress, you can make custom professions. And we'd named the profession steward, because I kind of like the idea that we have a steward instead of a baron, because we had a baron at one point. And then the baron went and got their leg ripped off and ceased being alive, and it kind of sucked. Hey, Warm Shadow, how you doing? And it kind of sucked, right? So we ceased to have a baron. Now, I decided that instead of calling our expedition leader or mayor an expedition leader or mayor, we would retitle them to something else, so they could have a more official sounding title. So we named them stewards. And then I'm not even sure why, but we just kind of as a group decided to rename Squug to wizard. So yeah, we have a wizard. Right, yeah, because he's writing books about police. Yeah, he's a wizard. And because he's cruel and psycho, and we've just kind of been like, well, he's a wizard. Not even like, we only did that like an hour ago, and I kind of, I'm not sure why we did it, but we did it. He's killed 4 of our own, including the Great Padinsky, Disco Waffles, Aqua, and Kibbs, and Akia. Right, yeah. He named a book A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. Yeah. He wrote a book about pulleys called A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. And I'm like, well, obviously you're a wizard, so... Because his name translates to the wizard, his last name. And after reading his description, he's very full of himself. So obviously, he's a wizard. Yeah, it sucks for that poor Kia, man. Didn't deserve to die. So that's why we have a wizard in the fortress. Any questions? I think it's perfectly logical. Makes perfect sense to me, anyway. He's an imposter? You know, aren't all wizards imposters? just, you know. Even King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard doesn't actually have a Lizard Wizard. Sparkly 4K, the Dwarven child withdraws from society and is entered into a strange mood and looks to be going directly for the craft store shops. Can someone explain the word sus to me? Because out of frickin' nowhere, everybody started using that word again because of Among Us, and I have no idea what the definition of sus is. And I feel old. Or young? Because I think it's an old word, isn't it? Suspect? Okay. Suspicious, suspect? Gotcha. Okay. So it's shorthand? Because I know what to sus is. Like, you can suss out the competition. But, like, I've never heard the word sus used in all of these contexts out of nowhere. But fair enough. At least here. The difference between Among Us and a lot of other popular game memes is I'm amused by Among Us even though I don't play it. Oh, really? Is it an Aussie thing? Interesting. I mean, I couldn't be further away from Australia, so it makes sense why I haven't heard that. I mean, I figured that out now, Stone. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I hate social deduction games. Like, I'm one of those people who gets unreasonably mad and loses friendships over it, so I don't have the personality type to be able to play those types of games and be civil. So I just don't. What? Oh no! So I just have my miners mining, and they mined out an engraving by DeBerry's. What's this cooler? I like this tile set cooler. Why is there cats everywhere, cooler? Is there something specific I should be looking at? That you bought it and you have 41.7 hours? Cooler link to this. Cat, 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 cat. I'm not sure what the green D's are. Maybe dogs? But probably not. Ducks. Ah, yes. Derp. So cat, quack, cat, cat, quack, cat, 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 quack, cat, 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 meow. Also, this right here is Stone's rendition of our outpostly, no, of the human royal treasurer, if I'm not mistaken. Oopsies, that's the wrong button, but okay, nobody will mind. That's the right button. Sorry, just saw something on Discord that's funny. You were rather into some other games of the sort back in the day, and it's really sparked you that in you. I'm just happy that people are getting what they want out of that game, but like, give you an idea how much that type of game stresses me out. Even listening to streams of that game it kind of annoys me. Like, man, it's bad. Let's keep following the child. Grabbing a lot of bones. Should it be bigger? Should it go around the neck? There's lots of things you could do with them. The headpiece kind of looks like a leather cap or like a silk cap to me more than a scarf. I kind of would imagine it coming further down the brow, you know? Oh, also, now that this dwarf has begun a mysterious construction, something I'd like to ask you guys to do. You know how sometimes I ask you guys to go lurk in another stream? Well, I'm gonna ask you guys to do that. So one of my teammates is getting kind of close to Twitch partner. So if possible, if you guys could just open this stream up in another tab. You don't really need to say anything, but it would be very helpful. Just open that stream up in another tab and just have it up. If possible. Not asking you to leave my stream necessarily, but trying to help her out a little bit, you know? Link it again? Can do. Playing Crusader Kings, I think. If he wasn't on mobile. Yeah, if you're on mobile, don't worry about it. You're on mobile, don't worry about it. This child is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. After wearing old clothing, likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. So you become your mysterious construction dwarf. And we're sitting on rough praise opals, rough sards, rough jasper opal cabochons, yak bone, wolverine bone, yak bone, diorite, and diorite. It's a craft store shop, and he bets on what that child makes. That's a lot of iron ore, as well as a lot of gems that we found here. Let's just seal that off. Okay, so this up here is going to be a big old wood stockpile. Probably a crown. I hope he makes a toy. Like, I'd like it to be like a... Because I really like it when children in Dwarf Fortress make, like, a hat for themselves. Or any kind of toy for themselves. You like figuring out stuff and even like being killed. I feel like with the right group of people, I would enjoy playing that game. But with people who take games like that seriously, it just stresses me out. Like, I don't know. I see it as being very unlikely that I would enjoy any time with that game at all. Like, I could certainly play it and be civil, but I don't see myself being able to enjoy that game. Yeah, it's actually this tile set's actually a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. Splendid X. Well, would you look at this? Sparkly 4K. The Dwarven child has created a diorite ring called Shigastaram and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris, Architect, who's still in the fortress to this day. Euthris isn't your parent, is it? That'd be kind of cute. No. What's the relation? Ah. Made a ring and dedicated it to his grandfather. Marital grandfather. Because his grandfather passed away, unfortunately. That's adorable. It's worth 34,800. You're serious but not serious. You like throwing random accusations, but not losing your mind over being framed. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's a tricky thing for me. This is a diorite ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned diorite cabochons and decorated with yak bone, and encircled with bands of yak bone and single-cut praise opals. This object menaces with spikes of diorite, wolverine bone, and sard. On the item is an image of Eric Shadowblade, the dwarf in mudstone. And hold on, is an image of Eric Shadowblade, the dwarf, and a mudstone figurine in yak bone. Eric Shadowblade is raising the mudstone figurine. The artwork relates to the masterful mudstone figurine created by the dwarf Eric Shadowblade for the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in the late spring of 25. On the item is an image of Fight Threat, the Lemonite mug in Jasper Opal. Wow. That's quite the details on that ring. I think we shall put the ring down with all of the other artifacts. Your adventure crashed again? Oh no. You get a lot of crashes? I've heard that there's a lot of active bugs that cause crashes when you enter temples, specifically. Like, it's specifically temples. I'm not seeing that one that we just made it. Oh, there it is. Diary ring. It might have been too many cats. Are you by an old fort? Because that might be the cause of it. Also, Cooler, you primarily play adventure mode, right? Also, thanks everybody who's lurking over in Jess's stream. Saw her numbers spike up a bunch. Yeah, it's kind of funny. If you look at Jess's stats last month versus this month, she's had a 100% increase and is doing very well. So we're very proud of her. You were suspected to be a middle-aged woman. In Among Us? Wait, hold on a second. You're playing Among Us with strangers? I don't think I know anybody who plays that game with strangers. I know someone who gets presumed to be a girl all the time. Just because of the way he types. I believe it. Who even has 10 friends? You don't need 10 friends. You just need to join a Discord and then add a bunch of people that you like, 3 people that you know, and then they get them all to bring in 3 people that you know, and then get them all to bring in 3 people that you know. Like, I know people who do it all the damn time, but like, I don't have 10 friends, but if I wanted to play a game with 10 people, I could do it real easily. Granted, I have this weird advantage of having people who know who I am and being in my Discord, but like, it's not hard to just join Discords with people. I guess that's still technically randoms, but you're on voice. That's called breaking the rules, though. It's like a board game. You have to withhold certain information. Like, yeah, I don't play Among Us, to be clear, but it's like a board game. You have to obey the rules and withhold certain information. Like, you're not allowed to unmute yourself once you're dead, for example. Like, yeah, you could just say, Red killed me, but then you'd get booted because you're ruining the game for everybody else. Has a were-giraffe problem? A waff problem. You've been tossing known where people into the caverns. Oh, really? I like locking them in rooms by themselves. Eventually, they will just kill each other. But yeah, no, X on that. That would be like just ruining any board game. It would be like playing Clue, and I just played Clue, so it's in the front of my brain. But every single time you pull a card, you just say, "Oh, this person has this card." It's just like willingly cheating and ruining a game for other people. So, like, of course, yes, you could do that, but don't do that. Bring a bucket to mop up this waff. Yeah, right. We have this waff all over the floor, and it's disgusting. I have 7,000 brewskis. I think we have enough beer. Hey, Wave Thrash. Beers, apparently. They killed a forgotten beast. Aren't they like killing each other monthly? Because they do that. Flavor of the month games? Not necessarily. I mean, there are some flavor of the month games that I look at and I go, yep, I like this. And honestly, Among Us is one of those games where it's like, I look at it and I go, I understand why people like this. This game makes perfect sense. I don't want to play it. But kind of for the same reason, I don't want to play any betrayal games, really. They just I'm doing my best. Wave Thrash. And your dwarf is also doing real well. You were ashamed after wearing tattered clothing, but we fixed the clothing problem. We had a couple years where there wasn't quite enough clothes to go around, but we have since fixed the problem. Because I made a mistake. I sold all of my pigtails. Kind of thinking that we had thousands. I'm like, we'll be fine. But then we worked through them really fast. I was like, oh, shit. But we've restocked our supply. I mean, it's not an expensive game, so I'm glad you're happy with your purchase. It's like another game that was the flavor of the month game for a minute was Fall Guys, right? And that game I don't really get. That game, not for me. I'm not gonna say that people shouldn't enjoy it, but I am going to say that I wouldn't enjoy that game, which is why I skipped it completely. Because I took kind of one look at it and went, nah, I don't want to play this. This doesn't look like it's for me. And not because the game is bad, or because I think the game is bad, but because it's just not a game I want to play at all, really. Going to place these 6 earthenware statues over here in the Krasdorf Guild, just to increase the value, but just a little bit. Now, games like Genshin Impact, I will look at it and talk a lot of smack about it, hate on it, and wish it wasn't so popular, and quietly hope that that game puts out a bad update that causes it to fail. What was the flavor of the month before Fall Guys? I can't remember. I don't pay that much attention. But that's purely because of the business model of Genshin Impact. I hate gacha games. I think that they are the bane of the video game's existence. And especially with all of the recent, or relatively recent, I guess, kerfuffles about games with pay-to-win mechanics and gambling mechanics being a problem, it always depresses me that then games like Genshin Impact come along and make a literal fuck ton of money, and people just like don't bat an eyelash because they're like, oh well, it's normal where that game comes from, that awful business model style, and oh, it works, so they do it. And it's like, so all of a sudden you're just like forgiving all of the other games that have awful business models. Has this fort had any hardship? Yeah. When we had a baron, half my fort got arrested, or actually the entire fort got arrested and the rest got the heads caved in. We've had several periods of a couple of years at a time where certain dwarves got particularly tantrumy, and I've had dwarves get murdered by other dwarves. I've had babies get thrown off of walls. There was a period there in the first couple of years where we got a few vile forces of darkness, but they haven't been here in a very, very, very long time. Although I don't think they were intentionally attacking me. I think they were mostly just scouting patrols stumbling upon me. But mostly just mild stuff. Nothing super major, but that's kind of by design. I'm intentionally not going about making life hard for me because the goal for this fort is longevity, not excitement. Although, I'm thinking on the 16th, or not the 16th, probably next week, probably Sunday this coming Sunday or this coming Monday, I'm going to start doing my Halloween world, which is the world that I generated while I was talking with Tarn. It's 1,000 years old, it's a large map, and it's got a lot of really interesting areas that are very spooky, and we're gonna do a haunted biome in Bark for Halloween. And I'll be playing that probably one day a week alongside of the community world and this fortress until the end of October. Probably do 4 streams of that one. It'll be pretty short, but it'll be just kind of designed to change things up a little bit. Should be a good deal of fun. Ironically, arming my fort wasn't the concern, because the only metals we have in this fort are... The only metals in this entire fort are copper, silver, and iron, right? Look at how many other types of materials we have. We have 19 gold, 19 nickel, 61 zinc, 105 brass, bronze, 27 brass, 143 steel. I don't have anything to actually make steel. 60 pig iron, which could be made into steel. Electrum, tin, fine pewter, trifle pewter, lay pewter, lead, obviously, because we have that one. Nickel, billion, sterling silver, black bronze. Oh, and actually, sorry, no, not. It's not tetrahedrite we have, so it's not copper. It's lead and silver. My bad. Black bronze, rose gold, bismuth bronze. Like we have all of these other materials just in the fort. And I need another wood burner. I've got nobody doing wood burning. So like, when you look at it in that perspective, it becomes very clear that, oh, well, we're actually, like, it's not hard to get materials to make weapons. Even if you're not somewhere where you need to be, you just need to be very diligent about exporting them. So as long as you're very diligent about exporting your materials and importing other things, it's not hard at all to get iron or steel. Like all of my weapons are made out of steel. I haven't made any steel. All of our armor and shields and stuff are made out of iron, but have given me 3 iron anvils, as well as a bunch of animals. That eagle, though. So Eric's Shadowblade is still stressed, but it seems to have perked up a bit. Gate Nerd also still stressed. I'm afraid reliving experiencing trauma is rough, but doing a little bit better. That, and you also want to practice craft, so I'm going to give you weaving and see if I can get some weaving going. Get some plants processing. This is going to be more bars and block storage once this is done being cleaned out eventually. So yeah, no, that's... The longevity of this fort and the problem of the longevity of this fort is definitely going to be an interesting one to tackle. I will say this though, I am a little bit perplexed by how many people think I'm just going to get bored and give up on this fort. That's one that is a little bit perplexing to me. I don't fully understand why so many people think I'm just going to get bored. Because I've had quite a few people suggest that I will just get bored and wait. And you're one of them, Axon? What about when we hit the big old 10% done mark? Do you think I'll run out of space? I mean... Let's see. We have 164 Z levels down. And plenty up that we can build. Okay, I'm confused as to why nobody is doing wood burning. Goats, you're a herbalist. Going to take you off of healthcare, hunting, and give you wood burning. Assuming I can find it. There it is. I need you to go make us charcoal. I've got 3 wood furnaces. Let's make another one. Don't be an idiot, Selawek, which is how you avoid FPS death. FPS death is not my concern. My concern is crashes due to bugs happening in AI-controlled forts. I have 0 concern about FPS death because I know how to avoid FPS death. And avoiding FPS death is very, very easy. Generally, people who have FPS death problems have absolutely no idea how to manage the supply of items in their fortress. The main problem and cause of lag is overproduction of items and stacking of items. So if you just have too much shit around, your fortress will begin to lag. So I was watching a stream the other day, and here's an example of this. I was watching a stream the other day, and there was the person had been in the same fort for about 5 years, and they were complaining about frames and how bad their frames were. And I asked them to open this menu up and go to stocks. I then got them to go to, well, they could have gone to crafts, but I got them to go to clothing, right? Like headwear, handwear, etc. Handwear, I have 1,157 items. Should probably sell some of these. Headwear, also getting pretty bad. Legwear, not so bad. Only 400. That's acceptable. But you want to know the beauty of those? Those were all above 15,000, okay? Crafts. So just normal ass crafts. We're above 80,000 because he just had crafts on repeat. Rock crafts, wood crafts, I was going to say wax crafts, but and other crafts, metal crafts, to keep his crafters happy. If you just overproduce everything, your frame rate will die. Yes, quantum stockpiles hurt frame rate. Individual items are being followed. Every single individual item. It doesn't matter how they're stored, whether they're stored in an open, wide stockpile the way I do it, or if you quantum stockpile them. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't help. That need broken into every single cavern layer, so there was dead, and they were all sealed off, yes, but they were all, every single cavern layer you break into is a whole nother layer of vermin. Vermin corpses appear because the little critters down in the cavern layers kill the vermin and leave the bodies, so you just have piling up vermin. The game is keeping track of all the spiders spinning spider webs. The game is keeping track of every single individual tree growing. That's what causes frame rate death, is overproduction of items and the inability to deal with stuff piling up because the game is keeping track of all of them. No, definitely not. You should probably make a couple more mugs. Stone. Yeah, but also notice that none of it's in my base anymore. It's all gone because I was literally giving it to every single trader that shows up. And I still do. If I'm trying to get rid of some stone, I will literally just give shit away. So yes, we had a lot of production, but the total number of crafts we had in the fort never went above a couple thousand, which the game can keep track of. They got sold. Yeah, here, have 4,000 crafts and give me 2 blocks. And I've been doing that with my clothing too. And whenever I notice a specific pile of items is getting too high, I literally just give it away. I just did that with a bunch of metals. I just gave a shit ton of bars away because when I was going into the stocks menu and scrolling down, when I'd hit the bar screen, the game would lag. That's how you know that an item is a problem. If you're scrolling down and the game lags or hitches when you hit it. So if I'm scrolling down my items and I hit bars and it takes like half a second to load the bars, bars are a problem and I need to get rid of some bars or use some bars. Same with blocks, Same with every single thing in this menu. So if you scroll down this menu, blocks are becoming a problem. I know why blocks are becoming a problem, though, because they're in the walls. So blocks are one of those ones that are kind of hard to avoid. Yeah, no, and like, you'll have people who will just be like, oh, well, I'm getting rid of it. I'm dumping it in the basement. I'm like, sure, you don't see it anymore. It's still there, right? Like, and that's a very common problem that a lot of people run into in DF. They'll be like, oh, well, all of these corpses, I need to do something with them, so I'll do what Crooksmash is doing in his current series and throw them into the caverns. Great, game is still tracking all those. What I'm doing with excess corpses is they go up here in one of these two stockpiles, right? And then they get put in here and crushed with the drawbridge. Store soap and walls. Yes, soap walls. You walk past them during a rainstorm and get naturally cleaned. Yeah, well, tossing into magma destroys the item, so yes, that'll help. Yeah. So yeah, you can toss them into magma, you can toss it into glowy pits. You can, I think freezing them and then unfreezing them will get rid of items. I think that works. Does that work? Actually, no, I don't think that does. So yeah, no, as long as you don't overproduce stuff, give stuff away for free to traders, give all of your lead blocks to the elves. But if an item is not constructed in something and is just sitting somewhere, regardless of where it is, it's being tracked by your CPU, which will cause lag eventually. If you clear cut every tree, that will cause lag eventually because you'll have so much wood. So it's all about just being mindful with the items you have and not overproducing anything. Cool. Something happened to all my wood burners. I'm not entirely certain what, but I'm making new wood burners. Unless those jobs are all suspended for some. Oh, they are. Why the fuck are those suspended? Oi, game. Please. I must have put them all on break and then forgot to unbreak them. Neil, thanks for those. Cheers, man. Yeah, also, if you have a toaster of a computer, don't generate a large world, right? And don't generate a long history world. The bigger the world, the more shit that's going on in the world that your computer is keeping track of in the background, even if you don't see it, right? The longer the history of the world, the more stuff has happened in the world that your game is also keeping track of and thinking about, right? So if you have a potato pooter, can I just say that it's funny to me that the captions didn't figure out what potato pooter is. Anyway, if you have a potato pooter, then generate small worlds with shortish history and don't do the large size embark because you can shrink your size of the embark using capital UMKH. I think it's capital. But anyway, there is a way to shrink the size of your embark in the embark screen. Go with like a half size embark. Like by default, it's 4 tiles, 4x4. But you shrink it to 2x2. Do a smaller embark. Keep your population low. Don't do long histories. Like I know somebody who was complaining about lag in the chat a little while ago. I'm like, how big's your world? And they're like, well, it's obviously a large world. I'm like, how long's your history? And they're like 550 years. I'm like, well, that's why your fort's running like shit. I found your problem. Fits on the whole screen and you can still comprehend it. Yeah. No, this is a normal size embark. Like the size of the embark space itself doesn't really matter all that much, right? But it will help on weaker PCs. And give this dwarf another cabinet. Also, I love that this bedroom isn't full of shit now that there's space down here, but this one still certainly is. So is this one. God damn it. Silly dwarves. Man, that was a long ramble about frame rate. Yeah, no, I think frame rate's very much an overblown issue. Like, yeah, there are certainly some things in DF that can cause some frame rate problems. But really, it's not as bad as a lot of people think. It's not as bad as a lot of people think. Make 50 wooden bins. My carpenter's some exercise. And yeah, you certainly need industry and you certainly need to be producing things, but items that you're not going to use, get rid of them. Just fucking get rid of them. I got some gems. More wood training weapons, humans. That's why I just sell them back to them every time they come by. Yeah, actually, that is true. The wood trading weapons did help one of my wood training weapons did help Hobo, who desperately wanted to stab things with a spear, but was also constantly depressed, and I was worried he would tantrum. So in order to allow Hobo to train, I gave him a wooden training weapon so that if he did decide to go batshit crazy, he was less likely to hopefully kill somebody, or hopefully he wouldn't kill somebody instead of being like guaranteed to kill somebody. Speaking of, I think it's time to get my off squads training because we're kind of done hauling items. The hobbyist squads train for a bit. Once it's constructed, yes. Right? So constructed things, not so much. Right? So if you have a bunch of tables and they're all constructed, they're not going to affect much because they don't have active physics, right? So the game's still tracking them, but because there's no active physics, it's not going to affect your frames as much, if I understand this correctly. Same with constructed stuff. So once it's built, not so bad. But if it's just sitting in a stockpile, it's exactly the same as any other item. Which is why it's good to sell your excess furniture every so often. But yeah, no, wood training weapons certainly have their use. Generally, though, not the most useful thing. We are now 1/4 to 10% of the way done. Spring has arrived, which means we should get a tribute in a moment. And here they are. Right on time. So, the humans from the Confederacy of Sport. These guys have been in a civil war for a number of years, so their donations to our glorious cause of not murdering them all have gotten kind of weak as of late. Dwarf Fortress? Well, first off, yeah, there's constantly new stuff to find. I have an advantage of being a Twitch streamer, where I can play games for way longer without getting bored because I have chat to keep me company. I certainly wouldn't play as much if I wasn't streaming it. There's always new stuff to find, or at least surprising little events that are unique that happen. How long have I been playing Dwarf Fortress? I first went to bay12games.com/dwarves and downloaded a weird zip file for this game in 2009, but realistically, I didn't really get into it until 2018. Haven't seen them give a tribute in years. That's why I said that we've missed a few. We certainly missed a few, but they didn't send tribute for about 2 years in the middle there. Year 80, spring year 80. Was it fun to learn? Is it fun to learn any video game? It was just like learning any other complex game, which means a lot of looking at a wiki and asking people for help. But it wasn't so bad. Not the hardest game I've ever learned. Certainly not. Also, this has improved a little bit. 1 cougar leather water skin. 1 white stork leather quiver. 1 raw clear glass. That's valuable and useful. And the quiver is also useful. 1 Singrero rib training stored. Stored? Sure. 1 reindeer leather quiver. 1 rope reed bag. 1 rope reed seed. 20 rope reed seeds. 1 sheep wool bag, my bad. And 1 nickel cage. Are you asking if you should learn Dwarf Fortress Companion Cube? Yes. A spiky cactus training sword. It's like a baseball bat with nails. Yeah, it's mainly just a bit of patience and reading. I mean, the thing that I tell people when they ask about how hard it is to learn Dwarf Fortress is learning Dwarf Fortress isn't like learning a board game, or isn't like learning a video game. It's like learning a board game. And Discord just sent me an email. When you learn a video game, you get a tutorial, you get all this fancy shit thrown at you, and you get your hand held, and your balls held, and you get very carefully, slowly walked through the experience in 2020 until you understand every single minute detail that the game has to offer. And then 3 hours later, you look at your watch and you go, what the fuck? Why did I do that? I could have just started playing the game. With Dwarf Fortress, they don't do that, right? They're like, here's the rules in the form of wiki. Learn the video game. It's like learning a board game. It's like learning a complicated set of rules for a board game. And if you think about it in the sense of you're learning a board game, you're learning rules to play a video game, it's not that bad to get into at all. You know, I like that comic, Trumpet, because that one is much more accurate to DF than the Learning Cliff meme that everybody throws around. I'm just skimming this Discord email. Nothing super important. And the elves have arrived to trade. That time of year again. It's a very well done little comic, yeah. The Learning Cliff one isn't necessarily true, which is what bothers me about it. No, I don't. I don't use DF Hack, StoneSense, or any plugins or assists. Although the thing with StoneSense is I'm pissed that there's so many tutorials on YouTube that are like, use StoneSense, it'll show you your game. What it doesn't tell you is it'll also make your game crash every 30 minutes or less. Like StoneSense makes your game crash constantly. So Like, another thing that I've noticed that people have problems with in talking with them is a lot of people have issues with DF crashing. And I always ask, I'm like, wait, are you playing with a bunch of plugins or assists and tools? Then they're like, yeah, no, I play with, I have Stone Sense, I play with DF Hack, and I use all the tools through that, and I have Lazy Noob Pack, and I'm just like, well, I figured out why your game's crashing. Because a lot of those plugins and tools can cause some, no, it's terrible for learning. Learn how to look at the game by pressing K. It'll tell you what everything is. No, don't use Stone Sense. Stone Sense is really nice when you're done with a fort, you open it up, you look at it in Stone Sense, and you go, ah, it looks cool. And then you take a screenshot and you post it on the internet. That's it. Do not use Stone Sense at all outside of that. I think learning curve for Eve is misrepresented. Eve isn't a game. It's more of a micromanaging sim for people who want to pretend to be CEOs. Do you play Eve? Because, like, that's not really what Eve is. Eve is a spreadsheet RP simulator for people who like intergalactic combat. But it's also an MMO for a very specific kind of person. I respect anybody who plays Eve. I have no interest in playing Eve. And you never saw or heard from him again, Warm Shadow? I remember when my older sister got into WoW, and then she dropped out of university. Not totally connected, but like, Now, the dropping out of university was more just due to depression. But now she's a pharmacist. She did just fine. But Eve was low-key a problem for you, was he? And now she runs a building full of drugs. I'm pretty sure I probably have more drugs in my apartment, but... No, my sister's great. I love my sister. I will, however, occasionally make fun of her because her and her husband are massive gamers and play a whole lot of video games, right? Traded a bunch of meats and drinks to the elves in exchange for some shoes. What would I suggest to help learn the game? I would suggest watching Krug Smash as your first fortress, just to help set the game up. Install a tile set that you like looking at, and then open up the wiki, pop into the game, and open up a stream or have a Discord open with a room in it that can help you, either like mine or the Kit Fox Discord, and just ask questions and start playing. Because Dwarf Fortress, it has a different learning curve than most games. Most games, the learning curve, it's like this, right? But with Dwarf Fortress, there is a bit of a bump because you need to learn what you're looking at, right? And this kind of goes for any ASCII game. Now, if you play a lot of games that have this kind of graphical style, it's a lot easier to get into, and you'll pick it up a lot quicker. But if you're not used to playing games in ASCII, it's going to be a lot of just going, wait, hold on, what the fuck is that? Hit K. Oh, it's a crown. Actually, it's 2 crowns. So it's going to be a lot of that. And then you'll also have a few moments of, wait, this menu does what? Or wait, this menu exists? Like, I've shown people that this menu exists, right? And these are people that have played hundreds of hours of this game, and they didn't know that this menu exists. And the funny thing is it's listed right there on the right under J. The job list. It's right there. Sometimes it can be. So no, I think the best way to learn Dwarf Fortress is to watch a lot of Dwarf Fortress, talk to people about Dwarf Fortress and just bash your head against it, because it'll eventually just start to click. The tools and plugins don't necessarily make things easier. They provide you with more information. And the reason I suggest people play the game vanilla initially, at least for a little bit, numpad isn't necessary though, at least for a little bit, I recommend you play vanilla, is because there's less things to click and it's less overwhelming initially. If you're playing with Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack, it's going to give you even more menu options. It's going to give you multiple programs to tab between. It's going to make the game less stable and crash more. If you're just playing vanilla, you're not going to have as many options, and yes, it gives you less information, but it's also less things to look at. But Caves of Cut is tempting. Do it. Or no, study. Yeah, exactly. If you join my Discord, I have a I have a room called Dwarf Fortress, and we, in that room, just sit there and bababble about Dwarf Fortress related things, and we will answer questions, but we'll be a little bit slow. If you want faster questions, I recommend joining the Kitfox Games Discord, which I think I can give you an invite for. Yeah, you can just like invite people to that server because that server's public. But anyway, Kitfox Games' Discord is also a good one. Ask us, we're cool. Yeah, but there's more people in the Kitfox Games Discord, so they'll be faster. Going good, Barons, and yourself? I'm convinced I've just been like demolishing your name as long as you've been here. You love Discord help? Discord helpline is good. It's almost as good as a Discord. I don't know where I was going with that. Exhilarated after a sparring session. But no, I mean, I mostly learned a Dwarf Fortress by watching people stream it and talking to people while streaming it. Or a Discord sex line? No, that would be Second Life. If you want a sex line, you got to go to Second Life. Orange has become a peasant. Congratulations, Orange. Welcome to your new adulting time, you dang dwarf. Even though you kind of unfollowed me and left the stream in a hissy fit. But you're 12 years old, born on the 10th of Slate in the year 68. 68's a good year. It's a good band, too. Lamau what? Oh, it was one of those people who I just got frustrated with due to being kind of a twat. So I'm going to rename this dwarf. So if anybody would like to become this dwarf, I'm renaming them. Dwarf QB? I'd like someone who's been around for a while who hasn't had a name though. No offense, QB, but you're new here. You will be so invested. Let's go with Trumpet. Axon's been in this fort before. So as far as relatives, your grandmother is Axon. Your mother and father are Sui and Hot Cup of Tea. You have one older sister, Apostle. You like Kaolinite, Rose Gold, Crystal, Snail, or you like Crystal Opal, Snail Shell, Bucklers, Crowns, and Yaks for their shaggy hair, and One-Eyed Freaks for their macabre ways, and the words of the Amethyst of Walls. You like the Fuchsia. It's your favorite dance, and you absolutely hate mosquitoes. That's relatable. You personally find sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and you have the highest regard for loyalty. You feel that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and you have a great respect for fairness. You see competition as reasonably important. You find independence and freedom somewhat foolish. You don't feel strongly about the law, and you dream of raising the family. Also, yes, you're a girl in this life. I mean, it's like a 50-50 dice flip, right? You want to be in a spooky world? Cutest ghost? I mean, then you need to die and become the cutest ghost. She is in a constant state of internal rage, and she is gripped by crippling shyness. Cracks easily under pressure and finds humor in most situations. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she is grateful when others help her out. She's often nervous, and she tries to return favors. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She often overindulges. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Her voice trails off whenever she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's kind of spooky how accurate these can be sometimes. But then again, they're also like general enough that they're general enough that they fit to almost anybody, but at the same time, accurate, like specific enough that like if it works, it works. Yeah, exactly. It's like a tarot reading. They're very clever. Arn and Zach did a fucking phenomenal job on this stuff. But the real question is, what job do we give you? You like crystal opal, so gem cutting. Snail shell. Crowns and yaks. Probably rock crafts. Rose gold. Metal crafting. So let's go to this screen and we'll give you all the basic stuff. Metal crafting. Stone detailing and masonry. Oopsies, I jumped to the wrong dwarf. Stone crafting, there we go. I mean, fishing isn't a punishment. Fishing is a death sentence. Almost guaranteed in most forts. Because you're the furthest out of the fort usually. And the closest to wherever a big scary monster gonna spawn. You want your dwarves to die? Fucking send them fishing. There was one time, and again, you're carrying a wheelbarrow. Congratulations, dwarf. That's what you're supposed to do with a wheelbarrow. Yes, pick it up and holy shit! All right, whose bedroom's this? Hot cup of tea. Okay, so hot cup of tea's bedroom has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strawberries. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1 garlic, 2 garlic, a muskmelon, garlic, caper. Then up top, strawberry, caper, berry, garlic, garlic, garlic. I'm gonna give you another chest to hopefully store all of your food. It's warding off against vampires. I think he's just a hoarder, actually. Also, shouldn't that technically be... Okay, it's hot cup of tea and suey. Hot cup of tea. I need to look at your description for a second. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Is conflicted by this because he finds tranquility preferable to tumult. Often feels filled with joy. Likes order and structure in his life, keeping everything in its proper place and all over the floor. Never feels discouraged. Is a calm demeanor and is confident under pressure. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and is very slow to anger. He tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Is pleased by his own appearance and talents. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Isn't given to flights of fancy. Often acts with, overindulges. There we go. Occasionally overindulges. Yeah, a little bit. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And bites his nails when he's bored. Hey man, if someone made you eat nothing but beans for 6 years, you'd get a little distracted by that after a bit, right? Man, it stinks in here, you know? My strange addiction? I love sleeping on a pile of olives. But yeah, no, Vizendir is very likely that warding off against vampires. Luckily for us, I mean, very few of our deities have actually cursed anybody. So there's very few cursed people in the fortress. Also, most of the people only worship deities that haven't cursed anybody, so that part's kind of nice. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, it's always nice to see new people finding and trying to get into Dwarf Fortress, and it's always neat seeing how people learn differently and just ask questions as they come up, primarily. Because this game's not that hard to get into. And also know that this fortress is very, 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 very old. Also, to anybody who hasn't seen it, I recently put up a little lore video about one of my other forts up on YouTube, if you want to watch it. It's about 5 minutes long. Tile set I use is this one. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. I think I finally ran out of wood. Actually, did I? No, I didn't. But I'm running out of wood. What on earth is that? What on earth is that gargantuan labyrinth for? Well, the goal of this fort is to keep it alive for 1,000 years in game. Hydroxymoron. So we need stuff to do for 1,000 years. Oh, I'm building a big maze. But what's it actually for? Well, at this end, I have an Etten. Down here, I have another Etten. And up here, we have a Cyclops. So I need something to do with those big monsters that show up on the surface every, 5, 6, or 7 years. So what better thing to do with them than to catch them into cages and chuck them in the basement and let them punch each other. And we'll sit back with tea and laugh. Yeah. By Minesweeper game? Yeah, we could just be playing Minesweeper. So, yeah. Also, as I said, I need something to do. Yep. Every single image in the game is that BMP file.
Are you man enough for all this fucking tea?
Every single image and sprite needed for the entire game is in that one tiny ass bitmap file. Kind of impressive when you think about it. Did you startled? Did you get startled by Cooler? And that's why the graphics budget for this game is, although it's getting bigger. Like, to give you an idea, the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, right? Every single individual piece of clothing and coloration of clothing and facial feature, facial structure, because dwarves can different size nose, ears, color eyes, different size nose, beard, different beards and hairstyles and hair colors. There is 600 different possible items that could be on a dwarf. Right? So the Steam version is coming packed in with 600 different possible dwarf sprites. And of course, it's a lot of little items that can be stuck together. That's a lot of art that's going into the Steam version. Yeah, and that's unmodded. Yeah. That's just going to be the vanilla version. So it's ridiculous. And that's not even talking about like the forgotten beasts and the night creatures that can be different colors, right? It's fine having something that doesn't stress your eyes with detail. I still would recommend buying the Steam version, and then if you just want to play ASCII, just swap out the tile set, right? Because the classic version is still going to be in there, right? Into capturing Forgotten Beasts. Yeah, that's always fun. In this fort, we're avoiding the underground layers for probably the majority of it. I will probably dig down there eventually, but I'm not going out of my way to get there. For reference, we are 8% done this fortress, and I've been streaming it. Well, this is my 28th? Hold up. 28th stream of this fortress. And we are 8% done. We're going to be here a while. I have roads paved with iron. That's what those different colors are, going from structure to structure. I have... The fortress itself is a big old hole in the ground, which goes all the way up here to where my bees are. 3 to 5 months from now, I think we have a ways. Well, actually, 3 to 5 months. I think we'll probably get it spring 2020, because that's about how much they delayed it, or how much Zach and Tarn delayed starting to work on it, because they were working on the, what's it called? Because they were working on villains. I'm not even to see what's going on. Would you open and then close right away? I'm confused. What? Oh, well, the second you open it, the caverns immediately start eating frames, right? Because so many caves, because we were talking about this earlier, but all of the vermin are then tracked by your computer. All of the items that are down there, things that are dying, are then tracked by your computer. Any forgotten beast that spawns and corpses that are put there are tracked by your computer. So if you open it, it'll start slow down, which will make the fort overall take longer. Which is why most of this fort is like me just kind of assigning a few tasks and then just letting it run, because we are keeping this fort alive for a very long time. A new chunk in Minecraft? Does that cause slowdown? Sorry, I don't play Minecraft, so it's like opening Pandora's box, sort of. But I'll say this: when this fort's done and we dig down in there, so I had a fort once that I kept alive for 30 years, right? And that's not very long in the grand scheme of things, but the majority of the time was spent just underneath a aquifer right up close to the surface. So I spent most of the time right underneath this glacier, underneath an aquifer, right close to the surface, right? It's where I spent the majority of the time in that fortress. Towards the end of it, before we actually got invaded by a big ol' enemy army and obliterated, I dug down to the caverns. And you know what I found in the first layer of the caverns? 10 dead forgotten beasts and just piles of dead things. Blood everywhere. And everything was just full, like there was, like it looked like the fucking Clash of the Gods happened down there. There was like 15 dead forgotten beasts on the ground, and we had no idea. And I went and looked at it in Legends, and it literally was fucking Clash of the Titans. Like dozens of forgotten beasts died in that cave. Dozens. It was wild. It's one of the freakiest things I've ever found. And I'm very much hoping that one day in this fortress, when we get closer to the end, I'll dig down and find something like that. Yeah, it's literally doubling the size of your map and potential spawns. And insects and vermin and stuff. So I'm really hoping we find shit like that. And I'm fully planning on just releasing the save file for this map once we hit 100 years, so you guys can go looking for that shit if you want. We're pretty close to 100 years. And then I'll do another one at 500 and another at 900, and then when we're done. No chunks are loaded in and out, and something that's reloaded and reload drive. Once something is loaded, it's always loaded, similar to Factorial. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I always thought that Minecraft was kind of a game where, like, as you move, like, what you can see is loaded. Everything you can't see isn't being loaded. Oh, I love Legends. Like, there's a 9-hour stream on my YouTube channel of me just reading Legends for 9 hours. They let the cans out and a beast killed them all. God. Could you imagine digging down to the cavern layer and just finding dead demons? That would be cool. One of the coolest screenshots I've ever seen of Dwarf Fortress was somebody who was really low down, and they were down by the third cavern layer, and they dug down a little bit and they found adamantine. And they started chiseling away at the adamantine, and then they found a little tunnel into the back of the adamantine. And there was a previously discovered hole to the undead that was sealed off with flooring, and there was smoothed walls around it, and one of them had an artwork of the king of that fortress's civilization from year 10. That was there before the player started playing in that spot. It's super fucking cool. Super fucking cool. The Baron's the disorderly after the banishment. Yeah, I'm curious about what happened to that dwarf too. So, like, there's some weird shit that can happen in World Gen of DF. You were like 10 seconds early, Peter. You got to redo that one. And the humans have arrived to discuss their dealings. Speaking of. Yep, they're still in a civil war. My preparations? There are none in this world currently. Well, there are werebeasts. Werebeasts, I have a area down here. This is the in case of emergency hide in here space. It's 2 layers. This lower layer has a bunch of plump helmet seeds right there, which should actually be forbidden. And then down here is a small tile filled with mud where we can farm if needed. Right here, this is a temple. This is filled with beds, some spot to make food, and a seal-offable spot. So if a big scary thing shows up, all of my dwarves can live in here for a very long period of time. Probably forever, actually. They wouldn't be particularly comfortable, but they could. And then from there, we could burrow down further and do other things if we need to. That's what I do if big scary thing shows up or something that I can't fight. Granted, I do have a squad filled with elite dwarves that are fully geared out in iron and have steel spears or steel swords. So they're pretty safe. That being said, werebeasts, not worried really at all because they don't last for very long, and odds are pretty good because of the size of this fortress. If we saw one on the surface, it would probably turn back into a whatever it's supposed to be before it actually got down to where any of my dwarves are, because we would see it coming down. Vampires, not worried in the slightest because they're easy to deal with when you get vampires. What I am worried about is like flying demons or flying creatures. I'm worried about those. Like a flying titan, for example, I'd be concerned about. That being said, I don't think I should be too worried about them because, well, frankly, it's unlikely one will show up because of the low dwarven population count. Could still happen though, so I'm not gonna fully write off the possibility. We're just gonna sell these humans gems. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Actually, no, dragons wouldn't be a problem, because dragons can be caught in wood cages. And I have plenty of cages set up to catch them. Having a dragon would be wonderful, actually. Cave dragons could be a problem, but we're not going to get any cave dragons because, well, they're in caves. A steel forgotten beast would also be a problem, yes. But they can't show up because I don't have access to the caverns. I could get, like, a bronze colossus. Again, I could catch it in a cage. A flying titan is something that could be a real concern, but then we hide in the basement and fight them in the caves. Dragons can be caught in any cages, yes. In your year of play, I've found one. One dragon. The world is the same as ever. I guess they're still at war. What requests do you have of our merchants? I wonder if the population of those two towns have dropped. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. What requests do you have of our merchants? If I try what? I'm waiting. Human. What, try to meet a dragon? I mean, in fort mode, you can't really do that. I've seen a bronze colossus once, yeah. I'd have to go into adventure mode to go find a dragon. Dragon find me, not the other way around. I would love to find a dragon. That big world that I generated when I had Tarn Adams on stream has one baby dragon in it, which is wild. A steel blob forgotten beast? Yeah. I mean, it's probably not that rare. Generally, when I see blobs, they're either made out of mud or snow, I find. And they usually just kind of get smacked by somebody. I once had a forgotten beast that was a flying blob composed of snow. It had wings. And it flew up to a dwarf who was in the caverns, asleep, on the edge of a cliff. So there's like a 40 Z level drop right next to him, right? He's right on the edge of the cliff asleep. The Forgotten Beast flew right up to him very fast, and the combat log just exploded. And I'm like, oh no, and the dwarf isn't getting hurt. And then another dwarf runs by and hits it with an axe, and it dies. It was just a carpenter ran by and literally just smacked it with an axe, and it exploded and died. I looked at the combat log. There was 80 pages of Forgotten Beast pushes the dwarf. But the force was, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's when the force was stopped by armor, basically, by the dwarves' silk hood. So he's pushing the dwarf, but the silk hood was enough to stop the snow beast from pushing. Just pushes the dwarf, ineffective. Pushes the dwarf, ineffective. Pushes the dwarf, ineffective. Pushes the dwarf, miss. Pushes the dwarf, ineffective. And it just whoosh. It's too goddamn funny. Of Ash and Steam have done. I'm surprised the Steam ones aren't more effective, because you'd think that you'd get, like, scalding burns. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarf. On behalf of me and my stomach, I am going to go take my insulin out of the fridge. I'll be back in like under a minute. And I will be doing lunch in about 10. Now there's a little bit of lag because of all the humans coming into trade, but back in a sec. Also, thanks people for the follows. I don't have a notification for them, but I do see them. Cheers. Also, I don't mean to brag, but I made some damn fucking good coffee today. Because I hand grind my coffee, sometimes it doesn't quite turn out the way I'd like it to, but this time is good. You can't trade vermin remains and corpses? I'm not surprised. To show how much you appreciate the trade goods. I mean, you could still bone crafts and food, which is corpses, kind of. It's very heavily processed and prepared corpses. A little bit of lag going on right now. It's probably the pathing from the birds. There's birds, right? Actually, no, there isn't. Oh, no, never mind. There's Kias. Called the roomy body? I mean, it's a roomy body. A sparrow and a raccoon? Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's like, oh, thanks, guys. I'm so happy that you brought me so much good stuff. Not. Probably need to make windows. Kind of thinking for a second here. Probably need to make more windows for my mayor, because I've been looking. Oh, no, you just don't want me to export windows. Yeah, that's fine. You know how earlier we were talking about how fishing is a death sentence? I always go back to the one dwarf that... I remember somebody asking why I wasn't fishing more, and I said because fishing is dangerous. And then looked at my dwarves in the job list and noticed a dwarf that wasn't marked as a fisher dwarf fishing. And I was like, ah, shit, you're fishing. And I went and jumped to him. I'm like, look, see how dangerous this is? And there was just this dwarf there sitting there fishing away, fishing. And I'm like, look, see how dangerous this is? Like, no dwarf should, in their right mind should be fishing. And then seconds later, a giant tick, which was stealthed, I'll have you know, because they do stealth, fell out of the tree, landed on top of the dwarf, killed the dwarf, and pulled the dwarf back up into the tree. I'm just like, see? It's dangerous. You shouldn't do. I mean, you can still buy their animals because their animals are delicious. No problem, Brander. Glad I could entertain you with my babblings. It was just perfect timing, though. No, I don't have a clip. Or maybe. Not on... I don't think anybody clipped it. It was from a while ago. Actually, it probably got killed in the Great Clip Murder Purge when I deleted all of my clips. So I probably have it downloaded if it is clipped. Yep. No, I'm also disgusted and afraid. I had a tick once, never again. Hate ticks. I killed him because I watched him? Potentially. That or he would have just mysteriously disappeared and appeared dead in a tree. And I would have blamed pathing. Plans all these events. A watched dwarf is a dead dwarf, eh? I don't know if that's necessarily how that works, but... Then all of the dwarves are going to die by that logic? If I let all the dwarves out, then they'll be able to bring food or bring the trading stuff over quicker. let's trade all of this. Watching him it breaks his conversation. Is what blood? Oh, the mud out there? No, it's just mud. If you're thinking like the red on the ground, it's either meat or mud. There is occasionally blood, but it usually gets cleaned up real fast, so probably not. Also, if you're wondering why I'm buying all of this wood, is because it's better to buy wood rather than pissing the elves off by mining it all. Ugh, that's awful. Stupid. I grew up in the woods and I got a tick once. Never again. My mom set my hair on fire in the process trying to get it off my head too. It's good times. But I won't talk about it too much because ticks are awful. Elaborate. So, my mom read online. In her defense, she read on the internet, so blame the internet. That a good way to get rid of ticks is to strike a match, blow out the match, and then hold the hot match up against the tick's ass, and then the tick crawls out. Apparently, this is sometimes true. It can also cause them to burrow in deeper. But I digress. Instead of taking the match, striking the match, blowing out the match, and then holding it against the tick, she took the match, struck a match over my hair, and then blew it into my hair. On accident, obviously. At which point, I was standing, and then suddenly my mom started screaming, and then I was on the floor rolling back and forth with a cloth on my head. Well, a tea towel that she was smothering the fire out, and then picked up, wondering what was happening. Because I was like 7, like for like full coverage, like clearance. I was quite young, and then just suddenly was picked up and ran to the bathroom, thrown into the bathtub, and then had water poured on my head. Luckily, the tick was dead, so then they just pulled the tick out, but killed the tick. Maybe a little intense, and I needed a haircut after that, but like... Also, don't set your hair on fire. It gets kind of warm quickly. Like, my ears got a little warm. What he's talking about? Oh, my mom set my hair on fire when I had a tick in my head. If you heard that. Yeah, it killed the tick. That's for fucking sure. Also, maybe not the most effective method of killing a tick ever, but, you know, I mean, if it works, who's complaining? I've told that story many times. It's a family classic. I mean, it's like kind of quite literally like, kid's got a tick in his head, right? Where's the gun? It's like firing a mortar at an ant. Going to make these statues out of a specific image. Dwarf admiring a spear and holding a spear, striking menacing pose. Aww. Poor pupper. Yeah, no, I probably got it while climbing in a tree. Or rolling around in a bush. I spent a lot of time in bushes growing up. So, chat, I now have like a legitimate reason for you guys to keep up the counting and the add a word stories and trying to ask new people to join my Discord, because the legitimate reason is pretty simple. Discord is bringing back partner hoodies. So if I can keep Discord partner, I can get free clothing. So damn it, just keep spamming in my Discord, please. Are there giant ants in DF? I know there's ant hills. I already have a Discord hoodie, but I want one with the new logo, because you want to know the legit only reason I'm happy I have a Discord hoodie? Legitimately, the only reason is because when Christmas family get-togethers happen, I could wear my Discord hoodie just casually. None of the parents know what it is, and my yeah, I'm so sad, Wait Code. It sucks, man. None of the parents know what it is, so they don't comment on it. And it just silently drives my 14 and 18-year-old cousins bananas, because they both want to stream Fortnite for a living really fucking bad. I just get to walk around wearing this Discord hoodie. Last year, I wore a shirt with a Twitch logo on the shoulder and a Discord hoodie. And I'm just sitting there going like, what? And now, like, my cousin Matthew has started streaming under the username It's Maximus. He mostly plays Factorio. He's pretty new, right? Like, he has like 8 to 15 people watching. But like, I kind of want him to get Twitch partners so the two of us can drive our younger cousins insane. Unfortunately, no. Your dwarf passed away a number of years ago. But King is still alive. And so is your son. But your son got expelled for being very tantrumy. We put him in prison multiple times, and he's actually got a special nickname. Aaron's the Disorderly. So somewhere out in the world, the Disorderly is still hopefully being disorderly. Not quite. Sharkers. Not on calm biomes, but if you're playing on harder biomes, basically, yeah. Screaming in impotent rage and despair and stress. You had your forehead caved in by one of our sheriffs as part of punishment for crimes that you committed against dwarfs. Yes. And the crime that you committed against dwarves, if I recall correctly, was knocking over a bookshelf and throwing some books around. I'm probably punching somebody in the process. I don't know. It was disorderly conduct and vandalism. I hope I get another hoodie. Join the Discord and help us count to 1 million, even though we just fucked it up. And add some words to the add a word stories. 1 word at a time. Try and keep it safe for work. Or at least safe for my stream, so you can say fucking bad words if you want, but just, you know, be civil, I guess. A figurine of a squid man. I like that Squug just made a figurine of a squid man. This is a masterful granite figurine of a squid man, created by Squug. So, I have a question. If a mer person is a person with fish legs, is a squid person a human body with a squid head, or a human head and arms with a squid body? Like, what part of the squid would a squid person be? I'm assuming it would be like a humanoid with legs and then a squid head, right? It was your upbringing? Because you were tantruming constantly, not falling into Haggard's stresses and dying like a good dwarf and getting put into prison instantly after coming out, and you did 4 prison sentences. So that's why you got, that is shower thoughts. I mean, it definitely wasn't a shower thought, but if you want to steal it and put it on shower thoughts, you can. Like Squidward? So like a humanoid person with kind of tentacle arms and kind of leggy things. Anyway. There's a small person with a head bearing 10 tentacles. So Cthulhu without wings. So humanoid Cthulhu. Oh, so it's a person with their head cut off and a squid glued in place? Like a full squid, not just like a squid head, like a full squid glued in place of the head. So it's like Cthulhu minus the existential crises. I'm gonna say, yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. I want some squid people to show up now. Also, seriously, big thank you to everybody who hangs out and is hanging out today. You know, admittedly, a lot of people probably came in from the raids earlier, or from the raid earlier. But thank you to everybody who's stuck around and everybody who's watching the stream today. Hey, Spitalier. Hopefully the night shift ain't too bad. They can only live in water? Oh, that's unfortunate. Made it back from night shifts. Congratulations. Oh no, Twitch broke that link. Let's try it. How was the night shift, Spitalier? Small person with a head bearing 10 tentacles. Squidmen are animal people with versions of the common squid, which can be found in savage oceans. They spawn in groups of 8 to 10 individuals and generally content to keep to themselves. In terms of size, they are over half weight of the average dwarf. Okay. It is definitely Thursday on the other side of the world. Axon. And now till Wednesday off. Oh my god, that's a lot of time to play CUD. Yeah, time zone, right? Time zones, am I right? I'm not entirely certain where Spitalier is in the world, but I have a pretty good idea. Right after you woke up. Really warm, Shadow. 10 minutes of Thursday for you. It's definitely 2:10 p.m. on Wednesday here. West of the Indian Ocean. Really hot over there. Also, just a reminder, if people could go lurk in this stream, just pop open another tab. Because she reached her requirements for Twitch partner. And we'd like her to get that check mark. Cops when the bus come? Wait, what? Is this like an inside joke or reference to something, Axon? That I'm unfamiliar or unaware of? No children today. Weird. Only 2 children are left in the fort. No babies. Dwarves. You guys start wearing condoms or something? Maybe I need to give them some time off. I mean, they have been working pretty hard recently. We're storing many items in bins. And Padinsky, what up? I mean, you should look into... It was like Swiss Watches, Swatch, that came up with internet block time, where time is divided into, I think, 30 blocks, and it's relevant based on your location. It's very strange. Yeah, she's been doing a lot of CK3. Yeah, I think we might do that once we get through some of the jobs that I've got them working on. Once we finish those crafts, I'll just give everybody a break. Cancel and suspend all jobs and just give them a big, long break. Speaking of breaks, we should also get these placed. They're called crutches and they didn't sell well. I don't know. I'd buy a crotch. It's even better when you try and sell them used and you're just like, a crotch is for sale. Get a lot of weird looks. And then trying to like get store space for it and asking your local mall if you could open a franchise crotch store. Not a lot of people jumped at the idea. But the few that did said it was baller. Okay, I'm done. Ugh. I'm upset. That joke actually made me upset. After a lot of misunderstanding on Craigslist and one marriage. Yeah. How to pass the 9 turrets at the staircase at Grit Gate, which RNG spawned ever so nicely. Grenades. They're just down the staircase, right? Just joined? What happened? We were talking about Swiss watch knockoffs called crotches. This is the quality content you keep coming back for? What? To be bluntly honest, Dr. Beefcake, the quality content that keeps people watching my stream is just me rambling about random shit. And you either love it, or you hate it so much you leave so fast you don't even realize there's a stream happening. That's the content people subscribe for. Speaking of the content people subscribe for, the humans are here to give me their stuff. The Realms of Stone, they appear to have brought some sort of trap component. And plan for after hours tonight is more Brogue, because I know a lot of people who are very sad that they didn't get to see more Brogue. So we're going to do some Brogue tonight. In search of free booze, I assume. Year 80 Council of Men. Holy butts! That's a lot. They're bringing a lot of stuff now. 1 menacing copper spike, 1 iron wheelbarrow, 1 sheep wool dress, 1 iron anvil, 1 alpaca wood bucket, 1 alpaca wood bag, 1 hemp thread, 1 serrated copper disc, 1 great axe made of iron, 1 oaken barrel, 10 fly ichor. Imagine how many flies they had to kill for that. 1 chicken parchment sheet, 1 pear wood barrel, 25 finger mullet beer, 5 prepared pig spleen, 1 guinea fowl parchment sheet, 1 large rock crystal, 1 iron shield, a bronze pick, 2 bronze gauntlets in a matching pair, 1 large citrine, 1 cherry wood barrel, 1 cow leather backpack, 1 chestnut crutch, 1 rope reed bag, 10 oat flour, and 5 rhubarbs. They brought me juiced flies, yeah. There's some veiled diplomatic insult. I mean, there was one time they brought me, it was 2 different barrels, 1 of cat blood and 1 of horse blood. That was very honorable. At least I think it was horse blood. I can't remember. But they've brought many ichors and bloods. They also brought an anvil. Damn, like. Does DF have any spelling mistakes? Not that I'm aware of. I know that, actually that's not true. I did find a grammatical error once. But it wasn't a spelling mistake. It was a grammatical error that may have been caused by just procgen. The game that I found spelling mistakes in is Caves of Cud, but as far as I know, they were all fixed. Those humans be acting like orcs? Eh. I mean, aren't humans basically just orcs? And how different are we really? It just suddenly started hailing outside. I mean, it never hails for very long. Hailing is generally a very short-lived thing. At least in my experience. Well, we're almost done with the rock crafts. We're almost done smelting the ore. And now they're bringing the stuff down from up above. And the dwarves have arrived to trade, which is good. Because I can just... I thought I saw a dwarf tantruming on the stockpile, and no, it was just a cup. I was very worried for a second there. Yeah, no, I've had a few really, really nice rainy days recently, and they've been kind of lovely. I love rain, and I wouldn't trade rain for anything. I really wouldn't. Also, if you guys don't know, the Great Pedinsky in chat streams some of the Dwarf forts. If you give him a follow, you'll see dwarves on the regular. Generally, after I'm offline, too. So it's more dwarfs. Who doesn't want more dwarfs? I love it when you get dwarves like that, Disco, where it's just like, what the fuck? How do I get you this thing? Like I had a dwarf, not in this fort, but in the community world, who preferred to consume fire snake, and I'm like, how the fuck do I get you fire snake? Like, actually, how do I get you fire snake? Also, isn't that vermin? I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information is added to your maps. What requests do you have of us? Wood. We lived in a place that is rather hardcore, yeah, pretty much. Like, I know that they can eat vermin as like a... You could probably butcher fire imps. I've never tried to butcher a fire imp. but they are wild creatures. Do you have the issue where dwarves don't eat their favorite food raw, but meals don't count as their favorite food? Oh, I'm sure I've had it. I can't say I've ever actively looked for it, but I'm sure that that happens. Because they will melt everything else? Really? Huh. That's amazing, actually. Until he starts starving, he will hunt for vermin to eat? Yep, this is true. Can't you... I'm assuming you could catch them in traps, right? We have finalized the import agreement. But yeah, no, Spitalier is right. That makes sense. Because the only way to make them eat vermin is if they're starving in the caverns, they will find vermin to eat. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdwarf ship. Farewell, Squug, the self-described wizard. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Now I'm just going to let them continue bringing the crafts. I mean, they do eat snake in some places, so it can't be that bad. I mean, are fire snakes literally made of fire, or are they just like fire colored? I've always kind of imagined them as just a fire colored snake that is lava proof. Oh, I can't. I mean, honestly, the only update I'm really looking forward to, like can't wait until Tarn adds the insert thing here, is probably just Myths and Magic, right? Because all of those other ones are like, yeah, they'll be really cool, but we're not going to see them for so fucking long. Like, why even bother getting interested or excited in any of that shit? Without a power trip. I kind of wish that my dwarves could naturally just start studying the secrets of life and death, or like pondering death, but I don't think they actually can. I think they actually would have to like go find a master to teach them the secrets of life and death. Although I've got a dwarf doing a glass making demonstration. That's kind of badass. You just have to learn magic. Yeah. Can dwarves become immortal if they ponder enough? They can become immortal if they go insane and punch a statue in a temple. Because, yeah, they need to read a slab to get that secrets, or talk to somebody who's read a slab. Have you watched the talk that happened at the roguelike celebration, Great Padinsky? Because ages ago... Hold on, let's find it. It was like 3 years ago. Just looking to see if I can find it. I know it's in the roguelike celebration where he talked about it, but I don't know why I'm having trouble finding it. I'm finding the other one. But that was part of the arts thing, right? because they were put into a museum. Say it was this one. No, this is the procedural stories and roguelikeification one. Thought he did another talk where he talked about magic. Or am I making this up? Sure, he's done it. I just can't find it. But there's one where there's like concept images of what magic would look like. It's just like a little dwarf and then a bunch of red tildes coming out of it. Magical ice spikes? That sucks. And it decides to crash. You know, I think you might be one of the most valuable bug testers to that developer. You should, Sharkers, if you do genuinely care about that game because it's that small, if you can get in contact with the developer at all via the forums or even Twitter, see if you could send him save files to see if you could look for bugs. And eating your anger? I mean, it doesn't kill you when you die, right? When you die, it just goes back to the last save point. Because I've never had that game crash, but I'm assuming that it would just go back to the last time you saved. My broker is eating. Chill touch, first thought was ice touch spell, but when I cast it, your DM explained to you that you summoned a ghostly hand that starts to strangle the ever-living shit out of your target. I feel like I know about that spell from video games, yeah. Oh, no, I didn't realize that. Huh. Interesting. I just assumed it saved every time you went into a new area. Huh. Yeah, it does need an autosave feature. Maybe just like save every single time you go into a new area. Necrotic? I mean, if you're summoning a... I mean, what's worse? Quitting and saving? Or losing your save file when your game crashes? No, I'm saying quit and save when you need to save. It's not like the game takes a long time to launch. All right, let's give these dwarves a break. I'm simply proposing a possible fix. All right, chat. So it is 2:30 p.m. I'm about an hour late, but I wasn't hungry earlier. So I'm going to go grab myself lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I have to do diabetic shit with needles, so it's going to take me a minute. No. Apologies for getting myself lunch. I will be back in a few minutes, Peter. But I get a round of beers while I'm gone, because we haven't had enough reasons to put beers in the chat. Be right back.
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable! Unstoppable!
Woo!
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
fuck
baby.
yeah, dude.
Let's
That's
go.
fucking sick. Hell yeah.
Woo!
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
You suck.
When did I say he's never found a single bug? Yes, that is Into the Breach you hear. Kind of wish they'd play over top of each other. I don't think I can make them play over top of each other. Because my bot can only process one command at a time. I've seen weird level spawn stuff, but I've never had a crash, no. I've certainly had like weird spawns for maps, but nothing that's ever made the game unplayable, no. And nothing that's ever crashed the game. Yes, you are a stonecrafter. You grew up, in fact. Although your finger's broken. I agree with you, goats. Would not agree with you more. What are we working on right now? Currently, I'm giving the dwarves a break. We're not working on anything. All jobs are canceled or suspended. We're letting them relax. And ideally, there should be nothing down here. We're certainly getting there. Still a few rocks in here. Most, and I think all of them are forbidden. Free? Once I free them, then they're released. So no. Also, there's still boulders in there. And we can't make it bigger at that point. I made that. Or I made this. Smile. I made the giant maze. Now, I kind of want one or two more big creatures before I release them. What cooler said that? I made this. How do I deal with boulders? I make lots of crafts and then give them to the elves. Or the humans, or the dwarves, whoever shows up first, really. What purpose is that maze? Currently it has 2 Entons and a Cyclops in it. My mom adds me, I made this. Oh no. Don't forget to also tag Dad for some credit, you know? Dad deserves some credit. Mom adds me, I made this, Dad. I showed up. A nanny goat is fighting. Isn't that my pet? Pretty sure that's somebody's pet goat. Oh, nope, it's just a stray. We're gonna eat that. Thanks, my mom made them for me. Yeah, that's what I try not to make those jokes because they just become mean to my mother. Because like, oh, my eyes are broken. Oh, my body is broken. Oh, my knees hurt. God damn it. Thanks, Mom. If you want to know your follow age, you got to click your own name. But you followed me on June 20th, 2020, Pink Fluffy. Do monsters require upkeep? Nope. No, they can just live in cages, and I think they're immortal. Curious if Lump is, You're already a kindred spirit with, oh, no. Yeah, no, you are already a kindred spirit with our outpost liaison. So how long until Lump falls in love with another outpost liaison? Felt delighted after eating a legendary meal. What do you like to consume? Oh, prefers to consume strawberry plants. So you know what's ironic, right? I was given strawberry seeds by the humans. And I've been growing strawberries, and it's like one of the most common things we have now. And a lot of my dwarves apparently prefer to consume strawberry plants and strawberry fruits. So they've been eating tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of strawberries. which I think is kind of awesome. I can't wait for a dwarf to die of a strawberry allergy. Naughty, naughty eggplants. Twitch is being really spotty. Yeah, I know the feeling. They have allergies? God, no. I'm glad they don't. I'm glad they don't. If they did, we'd have a problem. Man, that video I did on the Steam's graphical representation of dwarves, Steam version of Dwarf Fortress's graphical representation of dwarves, that video has hit 16,000 views and is still going strong. I think that one is like on pace to be one of my most viewed DF update videos. Easily. It's probably not going to hit the what, 66,000 of the one that's in #1, but the one beneath it, I think, has like 18,000 views. It's kind of crazy, actually. It's weird having any kind of success on YouTube, and this comes from somebody who has had quite a bit of success over the years on Twitch. Like, I do this full time. This is my full-time job, and it's Twitch feels like something I've earned. It feels real. YouTube doesn't. I don't understand it. Like, I mean, it's working, I guess, but like, it just decided that one day it was gonna work. Versus Twitch, which is like, it's been a very slow progression and grind and a pretty slow but steady upturn of very slow growth. Whereas YouTube, YouTube just decided to shut the YouTube machine off for like 4 hours yesterday, and my hourly views went from like 200, 300, 200, 200, 200, 150 kind of thing, 20, 13, 12, 40, back up to 200. It's like, what? Explain that, please, YouTube. Did the algorithm break for a minute? Like, what? And then there was like a pop-up that said some stats might be inaccurate, but they're still there. What? YouTube is like chaotic evil. Just doesn't fucking care. Twitch is just neutral evil. Or no, chaotic neutral. Twitch will sometimes fuck you, but generally it isn't the worst. Or no, Twitch is... Can you be chaotic lawful? Because that would be Twitch. Twitch will ban you for breaking any rules, but it still revels in the chaos. Uh-oh. I put a wrong statue in here. All right. And it's snowing. It's interesting. You can see all the areas that are open to sunlight down here because they get snow on them. That being said, you know, like a lot of people have like slowly come over from the YouTube channel over to the Twitch stream, and cheers to all of you, because Twitch is where I make my living. YouTube is very much a side hustle to bring people over to the stream in many ways. Even though I do make some money over there on YouTube, and I've done pretty well this month, actually. I've made $90-ish in the last 30 days. But Twitch is where I make my living. So. Well, Twitch and Patreon, that being said. Kibbs, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, man. And all those of you with skulls next to your name, with the little hats on them, and the access to the Dwarf emotes, you guys and the patrons are the reason I'm able to do this full time. If it wasn't for you guys, I straight up wouldn't be here. Well, I mean, I would be, but it would be like once or twice a week and for only a couple hours. Rather than having this fancy microphone and all of this stuff, you know? Living the dream, as they say. Cheers, Neil. That first badge still means a lot. Hey, Jamie. How you doing? Speaking of a little bit, how's your dwarf been for that little bit? You're a naturalist? You're, watching a pottery demonstration. Also, I like to imagine that Against Ignorance is probably just a Dwarven book of Rage Against the Machine lyrics. 62 years old, born in the year 18. Daughter of Axon and Lump. You dream of creating a great work of art, and that dream was realized. What year is it? 80. So we've been in this fortress for 75 years. And I want to look at something real quick. I have some new books. Well, of course, we had the Wizard Guides to Pulleys, and Pulleys for beginning, the beginning practitioner, and the World of Glue. This is a funny one, or a funky one. So, they were pondering glue and adhesives recently. It's a manual entitled The World of Glue, authored by a Ripterus. On the item is a manual entitled The World of Glue, and it concerns the preparation and use of adhesive materials. The writing is very serious, and overall it's passable. What's another one we have? The Movement of Animals and Coming Troubles. That one we've already read. So we also have Pulleys for the Beginning Practitioner, authored by Max. It concerns the construction and use of the pulley. The writing is utterly disjointed, yet gives the feeling of compassion here and there. Prose is not awful, but not very good either. We also have A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, which we've already seen, of course, and then Against Ignorance. This was written by Cheers Jamie. It's an essay entitled Against Ignorance, authored by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the value of knowledge. Damn! The writing is depressing, yet artfully indulges the author's fancies. And the prose is passable. He wrote a passable book about the value of knowledge that's depressing, but indulges your fancies. I'd imagine this is a book that's like, did you write any books in your time? I don't think your job was really writing, no. Is you play too fast? I don't know if that would affect it. I mean, maybe. Let's see if you can figure out a way to report the bugs. Help the programmer work on it, you know? I just hope that modding is made possible for that game, because it would be really neat to see, like, Viking Lord actually make some of those mods that he's talking about. Because the people that I've turned on to Lost Flame that like it seem to really enjoy it. Like, Viking Lord has 26 hours on it. You're in the 30s. Like, damn, you guys are playing that game a lot. I don't have a colors command, and it would be spelled with a U correctly. But my colors should be pinned over in DF. Let me see if they are, actually. Otherwise, I can just post them if they're not. Hold on. They are, but I don't think those are up to date. Hold on, let me go post them in the Discord. I can just give them to you. They're not Krug Smashes, no, they're custom. I dumbed a lot of the colors down so they're less intense. Yeah, they're too long to be posted in Twitch. Although on the topic of DF and things, it's really funny hearing Tard talk about how, oh, and also now I need to, they're posted in Discord if you want them. I'll pin them over in the DF talk room. But what's the word I was looking for? No problem. He was talking about having to pay for licenses for things now that he's never had to pay for licenses for. Did I miss a mandate? Did somebody just get a prison sentence? Yep. Wait. Squug, did you just put yourself in prison? I think Squug just put himself in prison. No, okay, he's putting Dragon Man in prison. Yeah, he's giving, because I didn't realize he wanted me to make more windows probably. Also, I think the dwarves are stuck on the trading depot. How's our mountain home doing? Down to a population of 40. Meanwhile, these guys are up to 300, man. Yep, it does. Certain dwarven personalities, when they're put into prison, will just get incredibly angry and hate their lives and be very, very mad and pissed off and angry and never recover. Other dwarves, when they're thrown into prison, will feel pleasure near a fine restraint, assuming there's a fine restraint. These ones are made of black bronze, so a very fancy material. This dwarf is also feeling fondness when talking with a friend who I think is actually Squug, the person who put her in prison, and she feels pleasure near fine vertical bars, which I also put in every single prison cell. So they're very nice prison cells, and she feels repentant. So she's actually going to come out happier than she was when she went to prison. Some dwarves will just have panic attacks when you put them in prison. Also, sup, R&D. Hey, Apostle. The sheriff would put himself in prison as a type of sheriff you want. Yeah. Also, what time is it? Okay, so if they don't leave by spring, I'm gonna have to just deconstruct that because they are bugged out and stuck. Oh, it's great. It's like going to prison in an arcade art museum. Like, look at all those happy meals, all those happy thoughts. Although, uneasy after lack of decent meals. Oh, this one's interesting. Doesn't feel anything being away from traditions for too long. What is a tradition? I don't believe I've ever seen that before. That's fine. We got another month and a bit. Month and a half, two and a half months. But seriously, traditions. I'm assuming that would be like worshiping and praying. Maybe like going to the clothes making demonstrations and stuff. Also, Apostle, you don't feel anything upon improving clothes making. But you were interested learning about clothes making. You don't feel anything that you improved your skills at making clothes. Also, this dwarf is like busted, right? You had a shitty childhood and just hated everything, all of your childhood, right? You grew up and now you just don't feel anything. You're just numb. You're a little bit resentful and annoyed occasionally and sometimes embarrassed, but generally you're just like bored and don't feel anything. Aside from sometimes you get interested in things. You're like, oh, that's interesting. But generally you're just like, nah, no feels. Feels bad. Also, is there a hole in this wall? What? Oh. It's an image of a spider covered in blood. So this is a drawing of a spider, right? It's covered in buzzard blood. Normally it would be like a white background, but with a tiny little black dot in the middle. Because it's covered in blood, it's a black background with a red dot in the middle. So that tiny little red dot is a blood-covered drawing of a spider that made the wall invisible. Thanks, game. You did good. Can you wear 2 amulets of life-saving? Boom, 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 boom. You don't know? Fair enough. I'm assuming. I was just asking if you could. Because I think you can wear multiple amulets. When the year 80, midwinter, which means actually, before I forget, should quickly make a silver coin. Also, I hope you're doing well, Apostle. Felt pleasure near a fine furnace. Who doesn't feel pleasure near a fine furnace? This dwarf also, I don't feel, should be depressed. I don't think this dwarf should be depressed, but this dwarf is depressed. Everything really makes them happy. But they want to acquire things and they want abstract thinking, which you could just go fucking do. Because technically, you are a librarian, so you should be allowed to, you know, just go do that, but you aren't. So I don't know. These dwarves really like reading against ignorance. This is another dwarf who doesn't really feel anything. Maybe we're either raising really tough dwarves, chat, or we are very bad parents. I'm not sure which one it is. We are either extremely bad parents or we are doing a very good job of this. It's one of the two. Also, I like that against ignorance is being kept down in the prison. You know, I'm actually just going to get rid of the library down here. Go to locations and go to the imprisoned library and get rid of this location because it hasn't really had the desired effect. The desired effect was I wanted this to see if the insane dwarf could read and can't. So instead we'll move the few books upstairs. Probably both. So we're bad parents and we're raising tough kids. Gotcha. I mean, I'm giving them toys. Very high quality toys, in fact. All right, Eric has been sent to go mint a silver coin. They're done being minted. So coins for the year 80. On the front of the coin is a rendition of the Bend of Cloistering, an image of a bolt, an image of our dwarven civilization. And on the coin's back is a superiorly designed image of Iteb Veiled Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves. Iteb Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf. Iteb Veiled Whip to the position of queen of the ignited creation. She's been on the back of most of our coins recently. Are they spoiled? Probably. I mean, you want for nothing here. We've got glass making demonstrations happening. Nax has led many glass making demonstrations. Whoa, you feel pity. You'll be okay once we start crafting again. Gonna get my glass makers making some glass stuff. Just slowly start getting the jobs going again. Have those dwarves left? Nope. All right. I'm gonna unbuild and rebuild this. Sorry, dwarves. Fortunately, though, I don't think they're actually gonna lose anything. Hot damn. We'll make them out of brass again. Gonna claim everything that is forbidden because there's a few random forbidden items about. This is gonna suddenly give the dwarves a lot to do. Another thing that I'd actually recommend, I don't have any seed. Like, this world save isn't public. You should generate your own world. You should definitely generate your own world. Because trying to just clone somebody else's world is not necessarily the best idea. As far as settings go, I would leave them all on default and just set the world size down to smaller so that you'll get a nice quick generation world that'll be nice and small and easy to deal with. What are you doing there, dwarf? Oh, this dwarf is literally moving stuff out of the way to be able to construct this. There's so much stuff in the way. Oh, look, they're dancing. Island region? I mean, it doesn't matter. But when you're selecting a spot, you can hit tab, and eventually it'll show you who your neighbors are. Just maybe settle somewhere where there isn't goblins nearby. And try and avoid tower. Tower bad. Tower means zombies show up. Gubbins mean you get sieged by gubbins after a bit. So it doesn't really matter whether or not it's an island region. In fact, island regions might actually make things harder. Because you'll stop getting migrants at a point because you only get 2 guaranteed migrant waves. Make sure there's just a lot of dwarves around. And if you need help actually embarking, I recommend going to a part 1 of one of my series, because then you can see me embarking and you can see what those screens look like, and I usually talk about what the different bits mean. Usually. Not always, excuse me. But Krug Smash is your first fortress. Will show you that. You had a cool embark. You had a river blocking the zombies from you. And then the river froze and you got eaten. I'm surprised they didn't just climb into the river. Because they can just, like, walk underwater. They're kind of like the skeletons from Pirates of the Caribbean where they just, like, walk into the water, you know? I wonder... Chat, do you guys think the first Pirates of the Caribbean holds up? Do I have a video? I do. Krug Smashes is better, though. And they cover the same information. Just watch his. In fact, him and me were actually talking about tutorials relatively recently. He was asking me, he's like, are you going to do any tutorials anytime soon? And I'm like, probably not. And he goes, damn it, I don't want to make more. And people keep asking me to. I'm like, neither do I. I hate making tutorials. So we both hate making tutorials. Salford Sal probably has the most tutorials. Here, I can give you a link to our YouTube channel. So him and me have just kind of agreed to point people towards Sal's videos. You'll get so many viewers. Not totally true. I might for the Steam version, but just throwing the word tutorial on everything doesn't actually make it a helpful learning tool. And I genuinely believe that tutorials aren't the most helpful way or best way to learn Dwarf Fortress at all. Yep. That's a very good way to learn Dwarf Fortress. Generate a world with a small world with savagery set to 0 and read the fucking wiki. My problem is the vast majority of tutorials, even the best tutorials for Dwarf Fortress, are generally just almost verbatim the wiki being read. Almost verbatim. And I don't see the point in doing that because I almost feel like I'm lying to people. Exclamation point DF wiki. It's like I made a video called Getting into Dwarf Fortress, which just linked to a bunch of different guides because I think that's the best way to get into Dwarf Fortress is just reading. There's also a guidebook, but it's very outdated. Very outdated. Yeah, Max. There's a bunch of YouTubers out there, and Sal isn't one of them, to be clear. But there's a bunch of YouTubers out there that will, every 6 to 8 months, put out a really bad tutorial that's just a regurgitation of the information in the Dwarf Fortress Wiki's Getting Started guide. If you go to the main page of the wiki, there's a whole section called Getting Started. And every 6 to 8 months, they'll put out an 1.5 hour long video that's just them reading the wiki with gameplay in the background. They say wrong information, they give incorrect facts, they put the player in a bad direction, and they do this occasionally. And they get a lot of views, but I'm still just gonna tell you to read the fucking wiki. Sure, ask a question. What's your question, Slippery? I'll probably do a few if I get the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress early. I'll do like a starting your first fort and how to generate a world type tutorial, but that's about it. Scrap that. You forgot the question? Well, let me know if you remember it. An annual tribute from Basti Jasmak has arrived. The humans from the Confederacy. Yeah, from the Confederacy of Sport. The football hooligans. Yeah, no, absolutely. That would be nice if they gave me a copy early. I mean, I'm not going to hate them if they don't get me a copy early, but I hope they do too. Maybe I should reach out. I'm already in active communication with them. Like, their community manager, Victoria, will send me a DM the day before they post screenshots. Like, I'm in pretty close contact with them already. All you need to get good at to play Dwarf Fortress is you need booze for your dwarves. Don't make those fuckers drink water. A little bit of food for the dwarves. It can be raw. They'll be fine with it for a bit. And is there a body part there? What is that? It's a buzzard right lower leg. We should probably go get that. Let's just go get that. Can we get a little tour? Sure, after these humans have dropped their stuff off. Depends on the body part and the dwarf. Some dwarves are upset by that stuff, some people aren't. There was a dwarven child's arm right here. For, I don't know, 10, 15 years. And I didn't know it was there. Because we beat a little child over the head after they murdered my, that's a military human. So a soldier. After we beat the child for murdering my baron, anyway, the arm sat there for years and constantly was stressing out my dwarves because there was just a dwarven arm there and they couldn't get to it. So I built a little ramp up to it, which is that upwards arrow. So this is a human carrying a bunch of stuff, which is why they're flickering. And then this right there is a lasher, so somebody with a whip who's following them. Lashers are generally gray. They're also the same color as recruits. So if you see a... But dwarves can't be lashers technically because you can't make whips as dwarves. But if you purchase whips, they can use them. Speaking of stuff, they brought us 1 white stork leather quiver, 1 reindeer leather headscarf, 1 rope reed bag, 20 lentils, and 1 tin cage. And Nervicious, what's up? Yeah, Salford puts a lot of effort into her tutorials. Actually, hold on. One other true reason why I don't do tutorials? They take a long time to make them well, right? And you know how I was complaining about how there are channels that'll just put up an hour-long video and call it a tutorial, and it's just bad information? That's basically what mine would be, except accurate information. And, frankly, it takes me 10 hours to edit a lore video. I'd rather make more lore videos than bad tutorials. I don't know if, Stone is here, so I'm just gonna screenshot this real quick. Hey, Ponce. Yeah, but I don't need to assist that. So if you want a small tour, I usually do these at the beginning, but if I go up to the top, the very top of the world, this is where our bees are kept. Need to make more jugs so I can get their beehives. Ponce, how are you doing, man? It's good to see you. Down at the bottom, we have this lovely opening to our fortress. It's a big old hole in the ground. We built it underneath the local stream. And that's the fortress itself. Trading depot in the middle, the bright thing. We got a library and a hospital up at the top and the right and left. Above it are Mason's Guild and a Crafts Dwarf's Guild. In the middle, we have food storage. Bottom right, we have wood storage in our prison. We have crafting in the bottom right here. Down here, we have our well, which you can kind of see in the middle, some outdoor farming, as well as our gems and metal storages. Down beneath that, we have the Terracotta Army and tombs, as well as the ever slowly growing history of our fortress. Basically, we make statues of our leaders and outpost liaisons along here as they happen. We also have artifacts and coins in the middle. And then down here, we have the maze, which is for our, which I think is actually done. Unless I want to add more onto it, which I might. Which is for our legendary creatures that show up that we can make murder each other. And then down here is the drain for our artificial waterfall and our emergency in case of danger hide in this room bunker. And those are all of our dwarves. That's the fort. It's quite simple, really. And I'm giving the dwarves a few years off because we have thousands and thousands of drink, thousands and thousands of food, and yeah. Is the maze new? The maze has been made in like the last 4 streams or so. Speaking of bad tutorials, how are you doing today, Punts? How's the YouTube game been for you recently? You know, I look at your YouTube channel and I sometimes wonder if you could like convert it into a Let's Play channel. Like just start spamming out VODs. I think it would do one of 2 things. It would either kill you or you'd find a new success. Do I have any Stone Sense screenshots? No, because I don't even have a current version of the game with an install of Stone Sense. Barely touched YouTube. You just quietly have this YouTube channel that could make you a ton of money if you... I'm not saying you should just clone Wanderbot, but... Let me show you what Wanderbot does. You stopped caring a while ago? Yeah, that's fair. About making lots of money or about making lots of money on YouTube? Also, this is the biggest Elven caravan we've had in years. Also, what's up, IDZ? Good to see you, man. How does he spam videos every hour? He streams 8 hours a day. So divide 8 by 30, minus like 10 minutes in between each recording. That's how. It's actually amazing how many videos the dude uploads. I love his streams. I don't subscribe to his YouTube channel because it's just like, well, rip. But like, if you look at his YouTube channel, it's fucking wild. He gets like 150,000 views a day, which translation probably like anywhere from $90 to $300 depending on the day. Your speech class to begin? Oh, really? Doesn't help enthusiasm either. No, I understand that, but you got to work through it, right? YouTube changes and you got to work with it. Is the equivalent of a YouTube shotgun? Yeah, more or less, right? Like, every video he uploads gets like 1,000 views, right? But like 1 in 80 gets like 15, 1 in 100 gets like 150, and then 1 in 1,000 gets 1 million. But because he's firing so much shit into the algorithm, he does well. Like, really well. Warm Shadow. First subscription in 6 hours. Thank you very much. And thank you much for those Bezos bucks. Because goddamn Bezos doesn't need them. Chat, can I get a round of beers for our friend Warm Shadow? We're now viewing ad-free with Twitch Prime. You can too, if you happen to have Twitch Prime and want to give me money that Jeff Bezos is quietly sucking on. Because that's what he does with it. How long could you generate a world for? Don't generate a big world, and don't generate a long history world. But, I mean, world gen can take hours if you set it to maximum size. Almost every day, years ago? I don't know, Ponce. I like you. You're a nice guy, and I want to see your shit do well. And it's frustrating watching it just kind of sit there, you know? Should you stop it? You should stop it after 250. You should go for a short history, stop it at 250. Or normal length history and stop it at 250. I can't actually remember which one. Link your Twitch and shit? Well, thank you. Now you get emotes, you get beers, you get no ads. It's so freaking worth it. or ads that you don't need to worry about blocking. It's great. But yes, you should stop it sooner rather than later, history-wise. You'll have an easier world for beginners, and you will have a significantly easier time about things. Actually, no, I shouldn't just be mass doing this shit, because I end up with wood stuff. Maybe you'll get off your ass one day. I mean, you just need to get your channel back into the algorithm, right? Like, you have this captive League of Legends audience, right? You just need to get back into that algorithm. Not saying it's easy. Let's make 200 rock pots. For more booze. Although one thing I will say about Wonder is he does have a helper. It's not just him. It's him and his partner. They work on it together. She also does Let's Plays sometimes. I can really get behind making content for without feeling like I want to retch would be nice. Wait, what? Did you have a seizure halfway through that sentence? On your brother's behalf, how long do you think it would take to learn DF to the point where you could enjoy DF? I mean, everybody in their right mind hates League of Legends. That's why I quit that game in 2013. How long would it take for... Well, it took me, I don't know, an hour, maybe, before I started enjoying it. Maybe. Yeah, right, Hexon? Like, it's not... Generate a world and start reading Legends is about how long it took me to start enjoying DF. Just making sure. I've totally given them a lot of barrels and shit. Just have to be careful here. Parchment. Fuck. A once beautiful tree, and now it is a rude bottle. What did I trade them? All right, the elves are unwilling to trade. We might be at war with the elves now. Hopefully not. Maybe they'll bring stuff next year. Incinerated by a llama vomiting giant, which was also about an hour. Yeah, you are asking this in a very DF focused community. Which is why I don't know. I was throwing out the idea, Ponce, that potentially you could convert a YouTube channel with 100,000 plus subscribers into more of a Let's Play style channel, i.e. the Wonderbot system. Stream a game for 8 hours, make pretty thumbnails, and just go. But it requires a lot of, like, intelligent tagging and spamming of content. Used to be pretty good at LoL. You're part of a team that were planning on doing tournaments, and then you quit due to team drama. Why don't I do that? I do that. I just do that in a slightly different format. I don't spam out videos. I put out VODs. So I do that. But I also don't quite have the mass audience to be able to do that in a financially stable way. Pawn says a YouTube channel with 140,000 subscribers, I think. I have a YouTube channel with 3,500. So if I start doing that, I'll kill myself. 119? I don't know. Numbers. But if I start doing that, it would just nuke my channel into oblivion because people would be like, why are you uploading 10, 15 videos a day? You either have to be doing that from the start or start doing that at a point. But the way I'm currently running my channel, that wouldn't work. Because my channel is around VODs. I know of Kenny. I don't know Kenny. He suggested that as well. Is it working for him? I'm not familiar with the fighting game people much. I'm actually very worried because I pissed the elves off. It's taken a long time, but I finally fucking did it. The story videos I do are a fuck ton of work. And you want to know what's interesting? Cutest Ghost? The most profitable story video I've made has made me $4. $4 in ad revenue. The news video I put up the other day that was 3 minutes long and took me 30 minutes to make before a stream has made me $19 in ad revenue. So I love watching those short videos. They're great. But goddamn, they're a lot more work than they're worth, which is why they're funded through Patreon. Without the Patreon, I wouldn't do any of the lore videos. That's mostly for mobile and gacha games. Oh god, that's disgusting. But fair enough. I mean, mobile and gacha games do upsettingly well. I hate that shit, though. Hate that shit. It's good that it was working for him, though. I'm going to put another room up here for more generalized storage, because I've got a bunch of other items that I want to be able to keep track of that I'm not currently storing. They're just kind of sitting. So I'm going to make a kind of generic, or relatively generic finished goods pile up here to kind of clear out some space. But yeah, no, I don't blame you for being apathetic towards League. Like, from the old the old guard of people that started making League of Legends shit, you're like one of the few people that are still actively doing it that isn't a big company now. You know what I mean? Yeah, check how many how many tickets you have, Companion Cube. Exclamation point tickets, and you'll see how many you have. What even is this? It's a little game. Happens every 40 minutes in the chat. 45? You probably already invested the one because you didn't figure out how it worked first, so it won't let you invest another one. But that's okay. Like, here, let me show you guys something. I'll show you guys some YouTube stats for a second here. Like, this is why the amount of work that put into YouTube versus what I get out of it is ridiculous. This video right here, I'm going to blind you if you like dark mode. This video took like 10 hours of Cooler doodling. Actually, I don't know how long Cooler worked on the image for this one because this one was 2 kobolds. Took Cooler however long it took him to draw that. And took me about 7 hours worth of editing to make a 4-hour video, or 4-minute video rather. And I made 74 cents in ad revenue. I can't read dark mode, so deal with it. Cooler, how long did it take you to draw the 2 kobolds? Like, that's just how YouTube ad revenue works. Whereas this video is 10 minutes long. Took me about 25 minutes to make this video. $7 in ad revenue. About half a day? Okay, so about 6 hours, let's say about 6 hours worth of doodling for Cooler. And then this, well, yeah. And anyway, in the last month, I've made $92 off of YouTube mostly from the news videos. Like this most recent one that I put up, this one, where did it go? On the wrong page. This one right here. Has 16,000 views. It's made 20 bucks. This video took me about 15 minutes to make, really, realistically. So YouTube is interesting, and the amount of money you can make off of YouTube can be a lot. But in order to actually do well doing it, you need thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a day, or of views a day. You made 2 tickets. No, you made 1 back. So you invested 1 and you got 1 back because the bot can't give you less than 1 ticket. So you need to invest at least 2 to get a return. Because the bot gives you 1.75 tickets back. So if you invest 2, you'll get 3. So you didn't lose anything, basically. There a risk? Yeah, it's a 47% chance that you will get a 1.75% payout. So what you invested plus 0.75. That's a new PB for you? So yeah, no, it's rigged against you. Good luck. What do tickets earn? Nothing. Yeah, they don't have any inherent value. Epeen, pretty much, yep. Peter's in number 1 right now. How many are you at, Peter? If I can ask. Although, honestly, it's mostly just a way of tracking your hours. 61,000. And I'm... Oh, man, that's a nice hour count. I like that hour count. 1. Which means since 2016, when I last reset the bot, I have 11,111 hours of my bot running. Which probably isn't entirely accurate. That's binary, that's a lot of hours. It's not binary, but it's still a lot of hours. 11,000 is a lot of hours, regardless. Squawk, what's up? That picture of a dog you posted made me laugh pretty damn hard. I snorted on stream. So, I'm upset, if you know. It's like a dog, but its nose is elongated, so it looks like a Looks like an anteater. It was pretty funny. I don't think it works quite that way. I think it'll say 0.5 hours. It'll eventually say it'll say 11111.5. It won't ever say 0.11. It either says 00 or 0.5. Because it only tracks by the half an hour. It's not that specific. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. You tried? Yeah, well. It was a good try. Whoop, I saw a mandate. Oh no, you ended a mandate, which means someone's getting put in prison. I've missed all of your mandates, which means people are just getting periodic prison sentences. Oh, hold on. What? Oh, you're putting Mika in prison. That's not cool. Hey, board guy. How's the fort standing? You're dead. Aside from that, things are fine. Most things are fine. We still have that artifact that you named after yourself. Board guy. A mudstone mini forge. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with cushioned mudstone and cabochons and encircled with bands of round mudstone cabochons. On the item is an image of dwarves in mudstone. The dwarves are traveling. That relates to the foundation of the foundation of Veiled Clasp, the Fortune Gate, the Ignited Creation, Nottingham Veer 13. Yeah. Board guy. Made board guy. A mini forge. He made board guy because he was a board guy. And now we have this. It's a little maze. I must make the maze bigger. Bigger! Mika, are you doing okay in prison? Hateful being confined. Uh-oh. But you do love the completely sublime restraint. And the wonderful seat. I mean, he is a wizard after all. Oh, also, Squug. So, you wrote a book. You were gonna parry the next person? I think Stone went to bed or fell asleep because Stone vanished. Although he felt really bad. Anyway, you wrote a book called A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. Which, of course, is a manual entitled The Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, authored by Squug. Point pillars. It concerns the construction and use of the pulley. The writing is quite cruel, and overall, it is passable. All right, so you wrote a cruel book about pulleys. Now, I thought this was hilarious. So, because of this, we gave you a new title. So instead of being our mayor, you are now instead of being our mayor or our steward, you're now Squug, the wizard. Because you wrote a wizard's guide, so assuming that would mean the dwarf would identify themselves as a wizard. So you still have the same jobs. You're still our judge, jury, executioner, captain of the guard, not the hammerer, and also the mayor. 3 times voted in. You're in charge of prisons. I need to also make you the hammerer so that you have all of the correct jobs. So you are the hammerer, dungeon master, captain of the guard, and mayor, self-titled wizard. It's a legitimate position of office. I mean, obviously, you keep getting voted in because you're a legendary weaver, you're an adept grower, even though you're very rusty, competent furnace operator, legendary stonecrafter, talented leather worker, dabbling glassmaker, legendary appraiser, organizer, dabbling record keeper, dabbling wax worker, competent bookbinder, You're a professional persuader, accomplished negotiator, and an expert judge of intent, an expert intimidator, and a talented conversationalist, a professional comedian, a dabbling flatterer, and a master counselor, a professional pacifier, and a dabbling tracker, master student, contractician, dabbling wordsmith, writer, and reader, and a great speaker. A grandmaster teacher, a legendary musician and singer. And of course, you know many instruments and dances, as well as a skilled critical thinker, but you're very rusty at critical thinking. That's funny to me. Critical thinker, but very rusty. Self-titled wizard. I like to think you got hit in the head as a child as a dwarf, which is definitely possible. Sorry, Squug. Hey, Jedi. What's up? Oh, that's too funny. Pretty good dwarf, though, frankly. Oh no. So Discord's doing a thing. Trick-or-treaters will appear and you'll have the chance to greet them. Use the right command and they'll reward you with a special item. Collect the most items to become your server's champion of Halloween. Whatever that means. If that happens in my family's Discord, they're going to be very confused because none of them know how that shit works. Most of the other people's dwarves are dead. Yeah. How am I? I'm all right. Kind of getting ready to switch over to some Brogue for the remainder of the stream, but doing pretty good. But yeah, I'm doing all right. Doing all right. You had to use a tile set for Brogue because you simply didn't like what it looked like? Fair enough. Lots of people use tile sets for Brogue. I think the ASCII in Brogue is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But there's plenty of tile sets for it, like any game. Here are we on 81, early summer? Board guy, thank you very much for the Bezos bucks and that Twitch Prime. Enjoy those stupid skulls and the dwarfs and shit. Chat, can we get a proper round of beers in chat for Board guy? Welcome back. Cheers, man. Uh-oh. I accidentally just closed chat. It's okay, I still have my bot up. Fixed. Yeah, no, I understand that. That you make foolish decisions. Yeah, that happens to me after 5-6 losses in Jupiter Hell. It's like I just start playing bad at a point. Games that require a lot of thinking and can cause frustration, you need to take breaks from. It's only healthy. A human caravan has arrived, and then another one will arrive shortly after. But thank you very much for the support, board guy, and enjoy the ad-free viewing. Because you people with the skulls next to your name and the people over on Patreon are the people that keep me truly funded. Also the people up on the leaderboards. Those people also help a lot. And then the human royal treasure has arrived. Issue cheese to everyone, as you do. He's not upset, he's just about to eat some cheese, and he has a resting sad face. How's the Civil War coming? Last I checked, the humans were still at Civil War. Oh no, they stopped, actually. Damn, hold up. Yeah, they appear to have stopped. Yeah, they're no longer fighting each other. Well, would you look at that? Esm Wild Cloistered is still constantly invading. I'm waiting for my king to die. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. World is same as ever. Do you have any requests of our merchants? Yep, still same as always. Bring me all as you would. No, that was the other faction that brought the really big tribute. The much smaller one was from the guys that were warring amongst themselves. They have finalized the export agreement. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Speaking of money and celebrations, October 30th, it's a Friday, is my 2-year of as a Twitch partner anniversary. November 14th is 7 years of streaming, and November 17th is 6 years since I started my 30-day stream challenge, which then became that number in the title of the stream that goes up every time I stream. Although it's not a daily counter anymore, but it's still a counter. What should I do for the 2-year partnerversary, chat? I mean, the knee-jerk reaction is just subathon, but like, do I really want to just be like, yo, I've streamed for 2 years, gimme money? I mean, I can, if that's what we want to do. But it's very much a question of what do we want to do, you know? I just want to trade everything that's around this place. I want to get everything out from around my trading depot if possible. Do the opposite of that. You know what I've wanted to do for a while, but I don't have any software that's capable of it, is doing an anti-subathon. So I start a timer with like 30 hours on it, right? And every subscriber removes 5 minutes from the timer. I've thought about doing something like that, but I don't have the software necessary to do it. But that could also be dangerous, so I don't know. We could eat some cheese. Oh, I ate cheese this morning. Yeah? Well, I remember the screenshot you posted.
Cheese for everyone!
When you have the flu is a bad time to eat cheese. Or when the cheese is moldy is a bad time to eat cheese. Unless it's blue cheese, in which case they need that cheese. That cheese is delicious. Don't you have a knife? Okay, don't eat the mold on the cheese. Cut the mold off the cheese, then eat the cheese. I mean, I would eat cheese in a crowded elevator if there wasn't a pandemic happening. You know, Sharkers, I know. And you've been talking about it a lot, and it sucks, and I feel for you. But I can't make that stop, and I apologize for pointing you towards the game. If you have genuine problems with these bugs, try and forward them to developer. Sending them at me on repeat constantly during my streams, all it does is it makes me feel bad for streaming the game that I rather enjoy. I'm sorry that you've hit so many bugs, but please, stop. I can't help you. I can't fix this. Try and report them to the developer, post about them on the stream forums with screenshots. Don't just talk about them constantly in my chat because you're not helping anything except for making me sad. So if you just want me to feel sad, keep doing what you're doing. But it's not very nice. I'm sorry I recommended a game to you. But I still enjoy that game. It sucks that you had those bugs. There we go. It's gonna help a lot. Hey, Joopy. Yeah, I'm well aware. But this is like the 9th time you've mentioned it in the last 48 hours, including posting a screenshot. I know. Okay? And I will keep an eye out, and I will be cautious next time I play Lost Flame. But like, just constantly reminding me of it just makes me feel bad that I've caused you so much emotional pain by pointing you towards a game that I think is fun. I guess I'm just lucky that I haven't had a single crash. Maybe if I was playing the game, then it would be warranted, but I'm not. So... Mm-hmm. And I get it. Do we have to keep talking about it? I'm gonna sell the cloth bin. What? Where's the other humans? Only one of them sent stuff for me to trade. We're still trying to beat the mid-game of Tome. Hey, man. Doing better than me, then. What? Oh, it's an ibex. How the heck did I end up with an ibex? It's probably dead already. Actually, yeah, sure, we'll make iron mechanisms. Make 200 iron mechanisms. Go. My favorite video game OST? That's a hard question. I don't think I could ever pick one. Too many. Although if you ever want to try and complete a roguelike, I think Tome is maybe a bad one to try and do. Because there's so much shit in Tome. Is there any OST in DF? Yeah, it's like 2-minute loop guitar. It's just like if someone asks me, they're like, what's your favorite band? I have no answer to that question. I couldn't tell you. We're now quite knowledgeable about Wolverine training. How are you playing the Steam version, Axe? And if so, how long do you have in it, if I can ask? I mean, if you're enjoying it, then worth it, right? Yeah, there's a community-made soundtrack called SoundSense, which is the music I use for my lore videos mostly. Mostly. So we started today in 79, late summer. We're now in late summer of 71. I think it's time for us to call it on Dwarfs. We've been streaming for 7 hours, which actually is about 5.5 hours of Dwarfs, I think. 220 hours. Not bad. Good amount of time considering how much that game costs on Steam. I'm going to take a 30-second break and take a piss. If you are here specifically for Dwarf Fortress and don't want to watch other games, I recommend watching Cupo or Nico Live, one of the two streams. Those are the two live ones that I happen to know right now. If you want to watch more me DF stuff, there's more Dwarf Fortress over on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. If you want to support me directly, I have a Patreon. We're going to be switching to Brogue for the remainder of this stream. So, because a few people have, oopsies. It's because a few people have expressed sadness that I didn't stream that during the day. So that's what we're going to be doing for the remainder of the stream. There will be more Dwarfs tomorrow, more of this Fort Dwarfs tomorrow. And yeah, if you want more of this particular fortress, tune in tomorrow. Otherwise, hang tight, and I will be right back.